Atri, apa semua pengisi acara sudah standby?
Sudah Miss, ada Rahmi.
Oke, sudah standby. Gimana Pak WR? Apa sudah bisa kita mulai, Pak?
Ya, silakan, nggak apa-apa.
Oke, silakan Pak VD1 kita mulai ya Pak. Silakan Atri.
Baik, Miss.
Para speakernya sudah hadir, Bu Lena.
Narasumber tidak mengikuti kegiatan pembukaan ini. Apa linknya sudah di-share ke narasumber dan supaya mereka bisa gabung? Pak Atri?
Linknya sudah dibagikan, Pak Adi.
Oke, coba dikonfirmasi sekarang. Mohon bisa beliau untuk gabung supaya kita akan memulai acara pembukaan. Kalau narasumbernya nggak ada, gimana kita mau apakan? Tolong dikonfirmasi lagi ke narasumbernya supaya gabung segera, kegiatan mau dimulai.
Sedang dihubungi.
Oke, untuk yang besoknya coba diapain ya? Beberapa jam sebelum acara kasih tahu.
Ada di spot ya. Ada di spot.
Pak Hadi kok pedagogi tip mereknya Pak?
Bisa dihubungi ya, Tri? Nggak ada satupun narasumber yang bisa gabung pada acara pembukaan.
Karena beda waktu enggak Tri? Udah bobo orang tua atau masih belum bangun?
Ya, izin dulu, kalau yang nasabah pertama ini memang di New York itu dia mungkin jam 9 malam. Jadi kemarin itu infonya buat narasumber bagi yang berkenan dengan ruang pembukaan dipersilakan untuk pembukaan.
Oke, bagaimana Pak WR1? Ternyata panitia sudah kita juga perbedaan waktu dengan narasumber. Jadi mungkin mereka hanya bisa bergabung pas waktu mereka menyampaikan materi. Bagaimana Pak? Apa bisa kita lanjut atau bagaimana Pak WR1?
Jadi lanjut saja, nggak mungkin menunggu.
Oke, silakan kita lanjut ya Pak.
Tertunda
Oke, silakan
waktunya.
disiapkan semuanya, Tri, pengisi acara segala macam, standby aja, mulai aja lagi ya. Yap, mulai ya Tri.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Peace be upon you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang. As our warmest greeting, we are delighted to welcome you to the opening ceremony of sharing knowledge and experienced experts to develop research collaboration with the theme improving the quality and quantity of research articles through international research collaborations that held by primary school teacher education. I'm Atika as your master of ceremony today, Sunday, 26 September 2021. Before we start our program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Excellencies Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Profesor Ganefri PhD, Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, Dr. Refnadi Emli, Dean Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, Profesor Dr. Rusdinal MPD, Vice Dean Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, Profesor Dr. Hadianto MED, Head of Department, Primary School Teacher Education, Ibu Drayeti Aryani MPD, Secretary of Department Primary School Teacher Education, Ibu Maisrilena MPD. Our honorable speakers, Assistant Professor Leslie Peter PhD, Hunter College School of Education, New York. Assistant Professor Edwin Auditor PhD, Philippine Normal University, Philippines. Assistant Professor Kanokporn Vipul Watan Wong PhD from Sri Kaharinkuwon University, Thailand. Assistant Professor Kiichiro Okahana, University of Ryukyu, Okinawa, Japan. Warun Asuka PhD from Central Institute of Educational Technology and CERT, India. Chief of the Committee, Bapak Atriwali MPD. Distinguished guests and all of the participants. First of all, let's pray our God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most gracious, the most merciful, the creator and the sustainer of this universe. Peace be upon Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the last messenger of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has guided us, human life, from distraction into the right way of Islam. To start our program today, Let's hear the recitation of the Holy Al-Quran by Rahmi Hanifah. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Rahmi Hanifah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis. Idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalisi famsahu yafsahillahu lakum. وَإِذَا قِيلَ انشُزُوا فَانشُزُوا يَرْفَعِ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مِنكُمْ والذين أوتوا العلم بما تعملون خبير. والله بما تعملون خبير. صدق الله. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Rahmi Hanifah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless our program today. Ladies and gentlemen, move to the next agenda, National Anthem of Indonesia Raya. All of the participants, please stand up. Next, report is speech that will be delivered by our SIF committee, Bapak Atriwali MPD. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Atriwali MPD.
Yes, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Rektor Universitas Negeri Padang, Profesor Benedict PhD. Our Excellency, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Universitas Negeri Padang, Dr. Bernardi Emlit. Dean Faculty of Education, Profesor Dr. Internasional MPD. Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Profesor Hadianto MPD. Vice Dean for General and Financial Affairs, Profesor Dr. Dahanis MPD Cons. Vice Dean for Student Affairs, Dr. Desiatri MPD. And the next, our Excellency, the Head of Department of Elementary School Teacher Education. The Honorable Speaker, Assistant Professor Lesis Peter PhD from Hunter College School of Education, New York. Assistant Professor Edwin Alicer PhD from Philippine Normal University, Philippines. Associate Professor Kanapon Vibul Patanapong PhD from Srina Karimwira University, Thailand. Associate Professor Dr. Ichiro Okahana from University of Ryukyus, Japan. Fern Asokan PhD from Central Institute of Educational Technology, India. The first of all, let's say to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so we can attend and participate to this meeting. Praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who had brought us to the path of light from the darkness in this life. And also, honorable committee member and all participants of this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, we all agree that research is the most important factor to determine development of a nation. This agenda is a one-off program who purposes to increase the quality and quantity of article publication, which will be published in International Accreditation Journal. Through this meeting, we hope the relationship among the researchers will lead us to the increase of research collaboration in international level. We do expect that our discussion today will run well and smoothly. Even though this program has been conducted virtually, it doesn't displace the spirit of academic endeavor we saw today. We also hope that we can meet in a face-to-face situation later. At last, apologies for our mistake and weakness which appeared during this session. Have a great day. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Bapak Atriwali MPD. Next agenda, we would like to invite the Vice Dean of Faculty of Education to deliver welcome speech in this program. Please welcome Bapak Profesor Hadianto MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahilladzi nahmaduhu wa nasta'inu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min syururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. May yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa may yudhlil fala hadiyalah. Our Excellency Director of Universitas Negeri Padang, Profesor Kanafi PhD, and the Honorable the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Dr. Bernardi Emlit, the Dean of Faculty of Education, the second and the third Vice Dean of Faculty of Education, and the distinguished, the head of Senate and Secretary of Senate Faculty of Education, the head of Primary School Teacher Education, Ibu Dr. Yeti Aryani, and all head of department in Faculty of Education who attend this meeting, and the chief and organizing committee members of this meeting. The honorable speakers from New York, Philippines, Thailand, Japan, and India, who unfortunately can join this meeting because of different time based on the committee information, and also all professor, lecturers, moderator, participants, and invited guests of this meeting. It's a good occasion on behalf of Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Padang. It's an honor for me to welcome all of you to the international meeting on improving the quality and quantity of research articles through international research collaborations conducted by jurusan Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar. This current situation may have put us into different ways of meeting to this virtual conference or a virtual meeting. However, I believe that the meaning and the message that we want to get will be the same as the real conference or real meeting. We would like to thanks to all speakers and participants who have managed their time to attend this meeting. I truly expect that this meeting will bring us into fruitful and meaningful discussion and talk, especially about research collaboration in international ways or international level. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to extend my gratitude to all chief and committee members who have run this meeting and invited the experts to deliver their expertise to the audience today. Running the international meeting at the pandemic situation is quite challenging. At the same time, it gives us the opportunity to engage with more speakers from different countries and of course from different expertise. Even though the speakers shouldn't have to come to Indonesia, we still can follow their presentation. It's really great, and it is big challenge for us to present or to get more information about research that they have done. And of course, about the articles they have already written on many or some international journals. I believe that all the committee members have worked really hard to make this meeting happen. We hope that this meeting can be one of our ways to increase our quality and thoughts, as well as to create a greater collaboration with all speakers who have more experience about research collaboration. Syukur Alhamdulillah, we have 5 speakers and we are sure that they will join us at their special times. But among them, I'm sorry, I just know Associate Professor Kanopon. Of course, we welcome all of the speakers. Associate Professor Kanopon, if I'm not mistaken, has come to UNP more than twice, and I remember that when I visited Srinakarin Wirot University 2 years ago. Finally, we kindly hope to the Vice Rector 1 on Academic Affairs, Bapak Dr. Refnaldi M. Lid, untuk membuka acara secara resmi. Finally, I wish that the participants enjoy this meeting and obtain more insightful knowledge, especially about how to write, how to do, or how to make better collaboration on international research. To end the speech, I wish all participants enjoy this meeting and obtain more knowledge. Thank you very much and have a nice day. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to the Vice Dean Faculty of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, the Excellencies Bapak Dr. Refnaldi M. Lid, to deliver a keynote speech, and we would like to request to officially open our program. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Dr. Refnaldi M. Lid.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning.
Wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. The Honorable Deans of Faculties of Education, Professor Dr. Rustinal, Vice Deans of Faculties of Education, Professor Dr. Hadianto, Professor Harnis, and Dr. Desiandri, Program Coordinator, and invited speakers, distinguished guests, and participants of the sharing knowledge and learning from the international researchers organized by the Departments of Primary Teacher Education, Faculties of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. Alhamdulillah, we have the chance to meet in this virtual meeting to witness the opening one of the 2021 International Meeting Series in Universitas Negeri Padang, which has received some great support from many partners. We fully understand that hosting or running the virtual meetings provides us new opportunities as well as new challenges, especially in managing presenters, participants, and presentation schedules, and the use of technology. And the themes of this meeting is improving the quality and quantity of research articles through international research collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, representing rectors of Universitas Negeri Padang, I'm very pleased to join the opening of this virtual meeting. I wish to convey my sincere appreciation to the Deans of Faculties of Education of Universitas Negeri Padang, who has regularly supports every department in the faculty for making many conferences even happen yearly. And I would also like to thank all the invited speakers for taking time to participate in today's meeting. Assistant Professor Lesius Peters, PhD, from Schools of Education from New York, United States. Then assistant professor Edwin Audita, PhD from the Philippine Normal University, the Philippines. Associate Professor Kanapon Vibu Patanavong, PhD from Nagari North University, Thailand. From names. Associate Professor Tishiro Ana from University of Japan, and Barun Asokan, PhD from Central Institute of Technology, India. Meeting will become a good medium opportunity for us in Universitas Negeri Padang to learn, to communicate, and to get the newest informations about the knowledge, concept, theories, and result of the research. And the most important things are to create networking and to collaborate with international experts, as well as institutions in international levels. Moreover, through this meeting, we can improve quality of our research as well as innovation. And today trends in primary schools, educational technology, and other related fields in science and technology for global challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, let me restate a bit about what people say is related to primary education, especially about the research that we can do in primary education. One of them is innovation. We know that innovation in education is an important aspect in primary school. And people say that there are several characteristics of innovative classroom that can become the research themes. The first one is reflection. Innovative classroom needs continuously reflection. It is admitted that sometimes reflection is unconvertible for students because they push themselves to ask questions and then learn more. However, reflection makes them understand how they feel and respond to learning. The reflection is one of the good topic or the good themes for our further research. Two, learning classroom. As a simultaneous process, learning is something valuable for students. They feel excitement of the process since they can express themselves by doing something established with different procedure, but introducing something new through collaborative projects. And this is also a good thing for us to do in primary education research. Number three is creativity. A creative classroom not only comes up with unique solutions to everyday problems, but it also develops the responses necessary to deal with the future challenges. It means that the creative classroom help development of innovative things by encouraging the student to think out of the box. The next one is connection. A teacher as an education must always know his or her student well. In this case, he or she has to find out new techniques that encourage students to do the same. So with the connection between the teacher and the students, the learning will become enjoyable. So this is also a good theme for us to do in relation to connection. Strategies that we can have in doing connection. Then problem finding. In case of problem, an innovative classroom does not wait any longer to solving them. The students should be creative to find out solution of the problem by discussing it with their classmates. by starting a question why or how. They can investigate the core of the problem with their own way, then find the solution. Collaboration is also the most important thing. We know that innovation needs collaboration. An innovative classroom is essentially a class. In a collaborative class, students used without caring of one another. They also are familiar with class project related to the subject matters given by the teacher. With this word collaboration, they usually make innovation. So we collaborate with international experts or international researchers to study collaborative classroom. Collaboration for the collaborative classroom is a good idea. Then variation. A teacher in the innovative classroom does not rely on one or two teaching techniques or strategies in his or her teaching process. Variation is very important in teaching. The teacher must be active and creative to find out new techniques or strategies and apply them from day to day to make students enjoy the learning, especially in the condition of the COVID-19 pandemic. We need to find some variation, some new techniques, or some blended techniques, or some combined technical strategies that might fit well into the learning condition. And the last one is opportunities for revision. Nothing is perfect. Innovative classroom, and students realize that they and the teacher are always charging, adapting, and improving themselves toward the very fast changing. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, so on behalf of the Universitas Negeri Padang, the academic staff, administrative staff, and students, we'd like to thank our invited speakers, so our experts, international researchers, and participants for your contributions, which will make this meeting a success. We can have imagined a better exchange than seeing invited international researchers from several countries here joining forces in the meeting to share experiences, research funding, and inspiring ideas. And the most important thing is having the opportunities to learn many things from the expert. We expect we learn new ideas from the speakers, which we can adopt and adapt to further improve our work in research. I know that there will be many interesting and useful presentations. I believe many good experiences will be shared and good lessons will be learned. Members of organizing committee have been working very hard. I'd like to thank them for their dedication, time, and effort. I wish also to thank our patrons, partners, individual and organization partners. Without their generosity, we would not be able to create a total environment to support your full participation. Thank you all for your presence and participation. And you are the very important part of this meeting success. Please enjoy the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the event entitled Sharing Knowledge and Experiences with the Experts from International Researchers is officially opened. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak.
Terima kasih Pak WR1.
Thank you, the Vice
Terima
Rector
kasih Pak WD1.
and Bapak Dr. Eknadi Emlit for opening our program. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to end of this opening ceremony, we would like to invite Joni Saputra to lead prayer recitation. Joni Saputra, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad salatan tunjina biha min jami'il ahwali wal afat wa ta'dilana biha jami'al hajat wa tutahhiruna biha min jami'is sayiat wa tarfa'una biha indaka a'la darajat wa tuballighuna biha aqsal ghayat min jami'il khairati fil hayati wa ba'dal mamat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibud da'wat wa ya qadiyal hajat ya mujibas sa'ilina ya rabbal alamin. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, tiada kata rasa yang pantas kami hanturkan kepadamu pada pagi hari ini selain syukur kami kepadamu atas segala nikmat dan hidayah yang Engkau berikan kepada kami, sehingga kami bisa hadir untuk bersama mengikuti kegiatan ini, ya Allah. Untuk itu, ya Allah, ya Rahman, jadikanlah acara kami ini sebagai acara yang Engkau ridhoi, yang membawa barokah, rahmat, taufik, dan hidayah-Mu, ya Allah. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, izinkanlah kami memohon, jadikanlah kegiatan ini sebagai penyegar, pembangkit, dan pengunggah semangat kami dalam meningkatkan kualitas tugas kewajiban kami, sehingga kami bisa bekerja secara profesional dengan baik dan tekun sebagai bukti syukur kami kepadamu, ya Allah. Ya Allah yang maha mengetahui, ilmu-Mu begitu luas, tak terbatas. Oleh karena itu, anugerahkanlah kepada kami ilmu yang bermanfaat sebagai bekal kepada kami dalam menjalani hidup ini, ya Allah. Ya Allah yang maha pengasih, satukanlah hati kami ini, padukanlah langkah kami, lapangkanlah pengetahuan kami, dan segarkanlah pemahaman kami, agar kami bisa memetik hikmah yang terkandung di dalamnya. Jadikanlah kegiatan ini sebagai amal ibadah dan dapat terlaksana dengan baik, ya Allah. Ya Allah yang maha pengampun, kami sadar, ya Allah, tak sedikit pun kami bebas dari kesalahan, baik disengaja maupun tidak sengaja. Tak sejengkal pun di hati kami yang bebas dari kesombongan, kehinaan. Ampunlah dosa-dosa kami, ya Allah. Ampunlah dosa-dosa kedua orang tua kami, ya Allah, dan orang-orang yang telah berjasa dalam membentuk kami seperti yang saat sekarang ini, ya Allah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Lifadlika subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our main program, the first session of the both speaker, Assistant Professor Leslie Winters, PhD, and Assistant Professor Edwin Alitor, PhD, that will moderate by Ibu Sari Dewi MPD. To Ibu Sari Dewi MPD, the time is yours.
Hi, everybody. Well, it's good evening for me, but good morning to you. As you may know, I'm sure you do, it's 10 o'clock on Saturday night in New York. And so just happy to be here with you all and truly honored to join you on this day. I don't know if I'm supposed to talk, so maybe I'll pause for now.
Thank you for your coming, Dr. Leslie.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Nabiyina wa habibina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsan ila yaumiddin, amma ba'd. The Honorable Rector, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Universitas Negeri Padang. The Honorable Dean, Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. The Honorable Chairman and Secretary of Primary School Teacher Education, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. All professors at Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang, the Chief of Committee and all committee members. The Honorable all lecturers at Faculty of Education, dear students and invited speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to introduce you to one of our invited speakers today, Assistant Professor Leslie Peters, PhD, from Hunter College, the City University, New York City, United States of America. Her expertise on curriculum and instructions, early childhood education. Dr. Leslie Peters started her career as preschool teacher in Arizona, working with children aged 3 to 5 years old. It was here she gained valuable insight on how children are social agents and that their right to participation should be honored in educational space. Her research agenda allows her to work in collaboration with children and adults to amplify their voice and perspective in discussions around policy, programming, and practice. She has presented on published findings from studies that foreground children's voices. The experiences of teacher and the examine the implication of contemporary system that aims to increase the quality of early childhood education. She wrote some books and published articles in some journals. She won some prestigious research grants such as from towards inquiry-based sustainable pedagogies in early childhood, a pilot study into kindergarten classroom in 2020. And also case study on authentic assessment in UPK citywide perspective on utility, fidelity, and application to practice project from Foundation for Child Development and New York City Early Childhood Research Network. Please welcome Assistant Professor Leslie Peters, PhD.
Hello again, and my apologies for jumping in too soon. This is one of the first, actually, presentations I've given of this kind. So I feel quite honored, as I mentioned already, I'm quite honored to be here, but even more so knowing that this is my first. So it's truly exceptional. It's going to be a good evening, and I hope we learn a lot together. So thank you once again for the invitation, and thank you for sharing your morning with me today. So I'm going to share my screen and hope that you all can see the presentation. Can everyone can see it okay? Okay.
It's okay. Yes.
That's good.
Wonderful. Thank you. And please let me know if I start talking too fast. And I will certainly slow down my pace so that everyone can hear what I have to say and not have to be strained in terms of understanding. And so, as was mentioned, we know my name is Lacey Peters. I'm absolutely fine with going by Lacey, and I live in New York City in New York in the US. And I'm actually in a part of New York City called Queens. Yeah, it's one of the 5 boroughs, and it's actually one of the most diverse boroughs, if not the most diverse borough in New York, which is pretty amazing. just riding subways or walking down the street. There's so many different languages I'm hearing and so many different perspectives around culture, community that I'm gaining, which is quite remarkable, but also adds a lot to the research that I carry out within my own local context within New York, and then along with thinking about how to engage in international collaborations, just things that happen organically or naturally. Just walking down the street and hearing from my neighbors has helped open my eyes to so many different ways of life or being. And so I'm so grateful for that every day. But so tonight, though, I would like to, I'll probably keep saying tonight only because it's nighttime for me, but I'll try and say morning. But if I don't say morning and I say tonight, please use those two words interchangeably. I was asked to answer two questions, one of which was, how is the development of research in education in your country? And the second question is, what are your experiences conducting international research? And so I'm going to address the conversations more in a linear fashion. So we'll talk first about the research, the development of research in education in my country, although in the US it's quite broad. So I'll probably speak more specifically to the New York City context, but which is okay, because a lot of times people from other parts of the United States will look to see what's happening in New York to make to gauge how they might be able to do something similar or approach things differently within their own regions or within their own states. And then following this conversation about how we work towards research and education and even think about advocacy in the US or within New York City, then I'll go into talking more about how this also connects to international collaborations and talking about what happens there. But before even we move into today's conversation, I thought it would be nice just to get to know who was in the room. So I know time is limited, so I won't ask people to share through verbal expression who you are, but if you had a moment just to put into the chat, if you're on Zoom, I know many of you are also on YouTube, but if you're here with us on Zoom, if you wouldn't mind just telling me a little bit about who you are, just saying your name or what your role is in education or within the research communities, that would be wonderful. And then even where you're zooming in from, or what institution, things like that. Whatever you would like to say in the chat box would be wonderful to hear more about who you are, just so I can gain some deeper perspective in that regard. And then I wanted to introduce you to myself a little more personally. I had a wonderful bio shared at the beginning of the presentation, but just here's a glimpse. I feel like part of doing international research, a very important and integral part of doing international collaborations or any type of research really, is the humanizing component. And so understanding who you are as a human in order to make any decisions, whether it be related to research design, data collection, sharing your findings, and trying to push for change or influencing policy, things of that nature. So you see me in two different depictions, one as a young girl and then another as an adult woman. I do identify as female. So here I am in the middle. This are with my two sisters. I come from a family of 5, so I guess 5, but when I say I come from a family of 5, that's me just speaking about me and my siblings. So I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters. We actually fall in this order in terms of my sisters. This is my older sister, Courtney, my younger sister, Ashley, but not pictured as children are my older brothers, which fall at the end. My younger brother, Devin, would be here on this side, and my older brother, Phil, would be there. We grew up in Illinois, which is the Midwest, so part of the central part of the United States. When I was 9, I moved to Arizona, which is more the southwest region of the US. And then I got a job at Hunter soon after I finished my doctoral degree. And that's when I moved to New York 9 years ago. The majority of my life experiences, though, or my growing up, has happened in Arizona, which is more, like I said, the southwest region of the US. And actually you can see part of Arizona in this picture. I got married there. So this is a photo from my wedding, and this is how my family has evolved over time. These here you see pictured are my dad. This is my mom. Here's my stepdad. And then my siblings, along with their partners or significant others. My nephew is here, Braden, and this is actually a niece, but a niece from my husband's side. So, and not pictured there is my mother-in-law. I refer to her always as Mama. So my Mama is not pictured here, and I was trying to find one where she was present, but anyway, I thought it would just be nice to share some of who I am on a more personal level, so you got to have some understanding of just me as a human before we go into talking about more of my professional roles or my role as a researcher. But in addition to talking about myself more personally, I did want to share a little bit about my journey becoming an early childhood researcher, because I think that also is important. And when you think about your trajectory and understanding where you were, how you will engage in research currently, and then look even to the future, understanding this lineage and understanding all these different parts of your journey really help you to understand why you're doing what you're doing, how you're approaching research studies, and things of that nature. And so for me, I started, as was mentioned, in a preschool classroom. I actually entered into a preschool classroom when I was in my final years of my undergraduate studies. And I did all of my undergraduate studies and also my graduate studies in Arizona at Arizona State University. And part of a class that I took as an undergraduate student, so this was working for what would be a bachelor's degree in the US, involved working in a preschool classroom. I could have opted to work in a preschool classroom or write a paper, and I really didn't want to write the paper, so I chose to work in the preschool classroom instead. And that's really where I fell in love with working with children. I'd always been a care provider, mainly working to watch children as their parents went out on social engagements or things of that nature. So something like a nanny, a babysitter, things like that. And so my first experiences in the classroom, though, really just were exciting to me. And I thought to myself, I would love to do more of this. And that's exactly what happened. I continued on in a preschool classroom, and I continued working at a preschool that was located on Arizona State University's campus. And so because it was a school located on the campus, there were a lot of people doing research within my classroom. We were associated with schools of psychology, schools that were looking at family and human development, or family dynamics, human development through more like family studies perspective. So a broader, not such an individualistic perspective as psychology. But nonetheless, while I was teaching preschool, I did work a lot with researchers, although when I say work, it wasn't really a close collaboration. It was mainly researchers coming into my classroom, getting the data that they needed, and then leaving and walking away. And sharing their findings, probably through research-based publications, conference presentations, and things of that nature. But they never really came back to us to tell us about what they were learning. And that never really was comfortable for me. I always thought that they could be doing more to help us stay better informed so that we could learn alongside with them about how we could improve our work with children and families, or see things in a different or new way, and things like that, but that never really occurred. So I always had that in my mind, like there's people doing a lot of interesting things in classroom context, but there's a disconnect between what's happening in research and practice. So that was something I saw most directly as I put on this lens as a researcher and thinking about my role as a teacher. And then later on, I got an opportunity to pursue a doctoral degree, also at Arizona State University. But then as I pursued my graduate studies, one thing that had to change is I had to remove myself from the classroom. And I was told I couldn't really work with children in that teaching capacity anymore. I had to shift from being a teacher to a researcher. And that was also something that was a little uncomfortable for me. I didn't think, I found so much joy in working with children. It was really hard for me to have to move away from that type of position. But I did it because I wanted to earn my doctoral degree. And I say all of this because these are two main drivers for why I do what I do today. One is anytime I do a research study, I try my hardest to make sure teachers are involved in every step of the way, whether it be thinking about design questions, supporting us with data collection, when we're analyzing data, checking back with teachers to say, do you think we're interpreting this in the right way? Does this reflect what you wanted to say? Does this reflect who you are? Are we getting it right? Essentially is what some of the questions are that we ask the teachers who participate in the study. And then in addition to that, it's understanding how to share information with them through dissemination that makes sense. I work with a lot of teachers at Hunter College. I'm a part of a teacher education program. And so many students who come through our program get frustrated with research articles because they can't understand them. They think that the words are much too, like, they're just challenging for them to understand because the words are jargon or just a different level of communication and a little more, maybe, I don't want to say sophisticated because they are very sophisticated people themselves, but they just find that there's a barrier between their knowledge and then what these articles are asking them to understand. So I thought as I share out information, I really want it to be more practically oriented or just communicated in a way where more people could understand what we were trying to say and how understand the process of us trying to influence change. And then thirdly, I understood that research was carried out in many different respects for or about, I'm not the first person to say this, but the studies that are carried out for or about children or even teachers, but never really done with children or teachers. And that frustrated me. And when I was teaching in the preschool classroom, one thing I noticed with children especially was when researchers wanted to do data collection with them. So let's say they wanted them to participate in some form of assessment, or they wanted to sit with the children and ask them questions, they would usually lie to them to get them to come out to participate in the study. So they would say things like, come and play a game with us, or do you want to have fun and do something with us that's like a playful thing. And then very soon after kids got out of the room and involved in the activity, they realized it wasn't really a game that they were going to play, or that what they were being asked to do wasn't as fun as it was made out to be. So I saw that there was that trickery that didn't sit well with me either. And I thought children deserved a little more respect than that. And especially if they are to be informed participants in research studies, should just be honest with them and talk to them about how we want to learn about how they're learning or learn things from them. So we're going to ask them questions to help us better understand instead of having to lie with them. So that's something else I try to strive for in my research, especially with children, is being as open with them as possible, but understanding that when we talk to them about research or what we're doing, we have to bring it down into their level so that it's talked about in a more age-appropriate way or in a very child-friendly way. And then also understanding, though, there's so many ways to look at children in childhoods. So in different contexts, being as open and honest with children might not be as appropriate. So it's also not understanding how to navigate those nuances. So that's really me personally. And now, as you can see, a parts of me as a researcher, some of the values I hold in the studies that I design or carry out, and an explanation of some of the reasons for why I do what I do. In the next slides, this is an answer more specifically to that question about how is the development of research and education in your country. And as I mentioned, I'm not really going to talk specifically about what's happening in the US because it's just so big and so broad, and things vary so much state by state or in different regions. But I thought one of the most interesting things I could talk to you about was my participation in what's called the New York City Early Childhood Research Network. And just to provide you with some context about this research network and how it actually came to be, what happened back in 2014, New York City had elected a new mayor. And the mayor of New York City, so he's the person who, or they are the people who just have the most authority in decision-making, and they prioritize different initiatives so that more funding can be allocated to things that they think are most important. And one of the things that this new mayor, Bill de Blasio, wanted was to improve access to early childhood programming, but more specifically preschool programs for 4-year-old children. New York City at the time had what we call a universal pre-K program. So pre-K stands for pre-kindergarten. But it was small, and not a lot of children and families had the opportunity to attend a universal pre-kindergarten program. When families attend preschool or pre-K programs, they'll call them UPKs. That means they don't have to pay any money. A lot of programs in the US are tuition-based. And so if families want their children to attend a preschool or early childhood program, then you have to pay lots and lots of money in order to do that. And for many families in the US, and especially many families in New York City, it's very unaffordable. And many people can't, they don't make enough money to cover the cost of childcare or preschool programming. So it becomes really challenging for them to find or to gain access to what they call quality preschool programs. So anyway, this initiative that the mayor was really championing increased that kind of access, but only for 4-year-old children in New York City. So they went from what was 15,000 seats for 4-year-old children to 70,000 seats. So it was a huge, huge increase of preschool programs that opened starting in 2014. And so we call this oftentimes the pre-K expansion. And as the pre-K expansion was taking place, people at different levels thought, well, we should do some research to understand how this expansion is unfolding, if it's successful, where are the challenges, and understand what's working, what's not, just those types of things. It was somewhat like an external evaluation. But they also, as they were recognizing the need for more research, they also recognized that there were significant disconnections between the research community, policymakers, and practitioners. So in deciding on doing research, they said, we're not going to do just the research in isolation. We're going to do research that involves all of these parties, the researchers, policymakers, and practitioners, so that as we're going through every phase of the research process, everyone will be in conversation and work collaboratively to make high impact studies, or hopefully work towards high impact studies. So that's how this research network came to be. When I say people from different, like when we refer to policymakers in New York City, the policy making is generally done within the Department of Education. And the Department of Education has something called the Division of Early Childhood Education. And then there's also something, an entity called the Administration for Children's Services. And so they're also a part of decision-making. They were at the time different from the Department of Education, and they worked more on programming that was community-based programming, or programming for children 0 to 3. They just had a different arm of the care and education system. Also, Department of Health and Mental Hygiene is another entity that was a part of the conversation and a part of policy making. So we had representatives from each of those agencies, a part of the research network. Researchers, New York City is comprised of public and private institutions. So people from across New York City, researchers came together to design studies, like I said, in collaboration with policymakers. And then the aim was to have practitioners be heavily influenced by the work that was being carried out within the network. And so I was a part of the research network from the beginning, and then also received funding from the Foundation for Child Development. They were a big partner in the study, or in the formation of the Early Childhood Research Network. And so because of their generous support, and because of additional support provided through the research network, we were able to look at preschool teachers' use of what was referred to as authentic assessment within New York City. Yes. And so I just wanted to say too, in doing this study, remember, as I told you, as a preschool teacher, I was like really keen on amplifying teachers' voices, because I recognize that there's very few studies being done with teachers, or they're not done where teachers' voices are really what you hear through the research findings. You find a lot of studies done with teachers, especially within this preschool context, were more quantitative in nature and portrayed things in one light, but maybe not the big picture. So in my main goal for this study was to bring to the foreground, or to really showcase teachers' views, teachers' perspectives, and teachers' experiences having to adopt to a new approach to assessment. So I'm just going to put a spotlight on this study as we move forward. And I said here most of what I think I needed to say already, but just to also provide you with some additional information. When I use the phrase authentic assessment, what teachers in preschool programs or the pre-K programs were being asked to do were to use computer-based authentic assessment systems. And these authentic assessment systems are named Teaching Strategies Gold, the Work Sampling System, or the Child Observation Record. And teachers, when asked to carry out authentic assessment in this respect, have to do a lot of documentation. So they're asked to take anecdotal notes, use photo documentation, maybe videotapes of children engaged in different activities, show work samples, and all of these different artifacts get uploaded to the computer-based platform. But in addition to the documentation piece, teachers then have to make some determinations about where children sit on different continuums based on different developmental milestones or different markers that they're using to make sense of children's learning. So it's very much compartmentalized. They're learning into different domains. So you might see social emotional learning in one domain, you'll see cognition or language learning in separate domains and things of that nature. And all of it's based on a rubric. So it's not as open-ended as it might seem when you hear the word authentic assessment. These rubrics are very predetermined and in many respects are very normalizing of children in childhood. So that was also something else I was curious to learn more about. Do teachers see that these tools are detrimental in that respect, and that they're putting children in just as one way of viewing human development or children's growth and learning? And do teachers see how what children are being asked to do narrows the possibilities for everything that they could be learning while they're 4 years old? So there's a lot of different pieces to the study and a lot of different goals that we tried to accomplish. And I think in certain respects that we did. And then another part of this, as you see here, we talked a lot about the systems of assessment already, but there was this compliance piece also embedded within the study. So with regard to thinking about compliance, the teacher or the Department of Education wanted to make sure teachers were actually doing this work. So then they set a deadline, 3 different deadlines, in fact, for them to submit their assessment data to the Department of Education, just as a form of accountability. Teachers all thought that someone would be looking at their assessment data, but in reality, that never really happens. Nobody, they just submit data to a system and it shows that it was submitted, but no one's actually reviewing their assessment data. So it really is just a form of compliance. And then I just wanted to share with you too, so you understand what the study was about, is the research questions. So there's actually a number of different research questions we use to guide the study. They are what you see here. What do teachers know about the authentic assessment tools they are using in UPK, the Universal Pre-Kindergarten programs or settings, and how do teachers use these authentic assessment tools? The second question is, how do authentic assessment tools influence teachers' pedagogical decision-making? The third question is, what other factors are contributing to teachers' pedagogical decision-making in UPK settings? And then the fourth question is, what data are most useful in identifying children's developmental needs? And so these were really the 4 they're very big questions actually we were trying to answer. And we did in fact find answers to the research questions, of course. But like in answering this question, this third question, what other factors contribute to teachers' pedagogical decision-making? We carried out data collection at a time when the expansion happened in a very fast manner. So teachers had to make a lot of different adaptations to a lot of different policy changes or directives that were coming at them very rapidly. And so when we talk about the other factors that contribute to teachers' pedagogical decision-making, in many ways, it was what they were being told to do as the expansion unfolded and being told to do by people in the Department of Education. So in witnessing some of that, what we noticed was in many different ways, teachers were losing autonomy in decision-making. They weren't really able to do what they thought was right based on their own beliefs about early childhood care or education, or even what is considered to be culturally responsive or meeting the needs of the community within which their programs were situated in. And so with that in mind, though, and finding answers to the research questions, here's the things that we wanted to collect data on. You can see just 4 different prongs to what we were looking for. And so we were looking to see what teachers' beliefs are about the approaches to curriculum and assessment. We know that those 2 things are very interrelated. Influences on teachers' pedagogical decision-making, we've elaborated on that quite a bit. How they're using authentic assessment tools to inform their own planning and instruction. And then also in trying to understand what teachers' goals for children are. And then just looking ahead a bit in these last 2 prongs, when we think about how teachers utilize assessment tools to inform their planning and instruction, that was one of the most significant findings. What we saw were teachers were doing a lot to collect data and input data into the assessment systems, but they didn't really have enough time to look at the data and analyze it and understand how they could be doing things to better meet children's needs, or to shape their future lessons, or to make decisions about their planning and instruction. Their workloads are so heavy and they have so many things that they have to do. The data collection and inputting the data was a lot. And so by the time, and they often use their own personal time to get that work accomplished, which meant that they weren't paid for it. And so that's when it became, we've noticed that authentic assessment became more compliance oriented than a self-reflective piece, or a part that would contribute to reflective teaching, because all they had time to do and all they really had the energy to do was make sure that they met those deadlines so that they wouldn't get in trouble, because when they got in trouble, they thought they might be at risk for losing their jobs, and they couldn't lose their jobs. So anyway, we noticed that there was this break in the feedback loop that often is constructed when you think about carrying out assessment. And then another thing we noticed was teachers' goals for children were so strongly aligned with this construct of kindergarten readiness. And so after preschool, after children are 4, they enter into kindergarten, which is known to be the first formal year of schooling in the US. And there's a lot of pressure for children to be ready for kindergarten. And to be ready for kindergarten, children have to show that they have acquired a lot of different discrete skills and knowledge. So things like alphabet recognition or phonemic awareness, or even, and when you go to mathematics, there's a lot of different skills that are encompassed in those 2 domains that really teachers put a lot of focus on, because that's how they perceive kindergarten readiness. And so when I say too, we see this narrowing of children's, the possibilities of constructing or creating curriculum that can be more holistic. It's really that teachers struggle to do that because they feel like they have so much work to do in order to help children be ready for kindergarten. And in order to be ready for kindergarten, they think they should know things like, or have really strong skills in language and literacy and math. Just gonna check. I've said a lot in a short amount of time. So if anytime someone has questions and they'd like to interject, please interrupt me or add your question to the chat. Would anyone like to ask a question?
Silakan Bapak Ibu jika ada pertanyaan.
Okay, hearing none, I'll just keep moving forward. So when we think about how we got the information, how we found answers to the research questions, and how we carried out data collection, this is very simplified graphic of how it all came together. We created multiple case study design, as was alluded to before. The study was very qualitative in nature. The primary focus was on working with teachers, but we also know that teachers don't work in isolation, they work with others. And so we thought it would also be important to not only hear from teachers, but to also get the perspectives of those within their school communities. And so we talked to administrators, which in many cases were people who held this role of education director. Education directors play a large part in deciding on the curriculum and approaches to assessment and things of that nature. And then we also actually interviewed parents, and parents were interviewed just so we could better understand how teachers are talking to them about what they notice about their children, what they're learning about kids in classrooms and things of that nature. And then children actually included, we didn't talk or get a chance to interview children, but they were a part of observations. So we went into the classrooms in order to really get to know the classroom communities, but we also wanted to better understand how teachers were observing children and then making different determinations about their growth and their learning. So children are definitely included, but they weren't necessarily direct participants. But for each of the administrators, teachers, assistant teachers, and parents, we asked them to fill out surveys so we could get some better information about who they are. So we asked them to share some demographic information with us, but we also asked some closed-ended questions along with some open-ended questions about assessment just to get some baseline information. And then following the surveys, we did very in-depth interviews with the administrators and the teachers and parents. We worked with teachers, or we worked in classrooms for a full school year, which is about, I think it probably ended up being around 7 to 9 months that we worked within the classrooms. And during that time, we interviewed teachers up to 5 times, parents were interviewed 3 times, and administrators were just interviewed once. And then the classroom observations happened in between each of the interviews with the teachers. So those happened to about, we'll say five formal observations. And then, like I've talked about already, it was really important for teachers to really be more collaborative in this project. And so what we really had to work on was building strong trust and rapport. The teachers at this time were accustomed to a lot of different people coming into their classroom, but most of the time people were coming into their classrooms to tell them what they had to do. They didn't really, when we entered into the classroom and we said, we're not telling you to do anything, we just want to learn from you, they didn't really believe us. And so we had to spend some time with them to help them better understand that we really were working towards collaboration and not trying to impose our ideas on their work. And so that with that building of trust and rapport, it would also require this establishing of a feedback loop. So whenever we collected data and had preliminary findings to share with them, we would go into their classrooms, talk about what we were learning, and ask them if we were getting it right, and things like that. And then there's also this process of adapting to change. There were so many different things that occurred that acted as a barrier. Actually, it was difficult to collect data because, like, one of the barriers, for example, is teachers already heavy workloads. So they're busy doing the things that they have to do for the children and families they work with, then having us come in and ask to do even more work created some burden. And so they struggled with that. So we also had to learn how to adjust our plans or do things to make things that were a little more feasible for them so that they didn't get overwhelmed or overworked. And then I'm just going to close this out by sharing some of the things. So here are some of the findings. This is what findings that we shared in one of the presentations we made at an annual meeting of the American Educational Research Association. And this is a paper we're hoping to publish around teachers' professional identity. But we're talking about, through this work, we're talking about how what's happening within teachers' classroom lives, their daily lives, is impacted by broader systems, and we refer to systems like Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems. And so, anyway, what's happening here is we're noticing that there's just so many different forms, there's so many different lenses we could use to give meaning to teachers' experiences and perspectives one of which is around ecological systems, but we also take it a step further and think about critical ecologies of early childhood so that we can work towards teachers becoming stronger advocates or recognizing how they could use their voices to influence change instead of having to fall into this compliance-oriented approach to their work. But also when we see, there's also different ways you can look at teachers' perspectives and understand it through this professional identity lens. So anyway, so here are just a few quotes, and I'll just give you some time to look at these, and I'll read one of them. But these are related to their heavy workloads and how much they're being asked to do in the name of carrying out assessment. So in one quote, a teacher says, "I also take pictures every day. And so the pictures go on authentic assessment system. And at the end of the year, I give them portfolios because it's a form of assessment. And then I can show the parents' growth so I can justify things with my supervisors." So this quote is multiplicity in the sense that teachers are doing a lot of different work for a lot of different audiences. The authentic assessment system they use for the Department of Education, but they don't share information they put input into for the Department of Education with parents. So they create a separate portfolio to share with them. But then you also can see that they're talking in terms of audience, they have to make sure parents see that their child is showing growth or just learning new or different things. But then you also have to justify what they're doing with supervisors to show that they're effective teachers or they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And here's some more things. So you can hear through some of these quotes how there's some added stress or elements given to work that they're doing. And then, like I said, taking away in this quote, you see some of this, the lessening of their autonomy and doing things more the DOE way. And then here's some more, just a few excerpts. And then in addition to asking teachers to follow a certain assessment system, they also have units of study, which is their curriculum. And then let me share just one last thing. So in addition, I don't know if things like this exist in Indonesia, but in the US, many early childhood classrooms are evaluated, their environments are evaluated using ECRS, which is the Early Childhood Environmental Rating Scale, and CLASS is another type of assessment system that's similar. So even I see this question in the chat about what are the current research trends in New York, especially in the field of education. So when you see kind of this intersection, when you think about the trends, there's always been a privileging of quantitative research in education in the US. And so you see this the ECRS and the CLASS are two examples of how quantitative research has been used. These are two psychometrically validated tools meant to evaluate the quality of an early childhood environment. So people will adopt these types of instruments to try and measure something like the quality of an early childhood classroom. So there's that. This is present, right? Ever present are these types of assessment systems or these evaluation tools. But what the trend you see happening is there's more critical research happening. People for a long time have questioned whether or not ECRS or CLASS in defining quality is a fair or an accurate or valid measurement to use across all classrooms, and especially classrooms where there's a lot of diversity. And so there's some pushback against using these types of instruments because they don't really tell the full truth. They give you a truth, but maybe not the big picture. And so that's where a trend for more qualitative research is coming into play, or more of this critical scholarship to question or to call into question these common practices. ECRS and CLASS evaluations are very common practices across the US, but there's been a small number of people for a long time who have critiqued these instruments, but now you can see that that small number of voices is growing, and more people are saying there has to be something more to evaluate quality, or we have to be more expansive in defining quality. And so when we think about trying to become more expansive, then what's happening is these different ways of approaching research are being recognized and gaining prominence instead of privileging more of the quantitative approaches to education. And so in many respects too, what you'll see is mixed methodological research being carried out, especially as it relates to research policy and practice oriented research. And so with mixed methodological research, many research teams will construct first the quantitative study because they want to have the more of the landscape view, but they'll follow up their quantitative study, which is generally a survey. They'll ask people to fill out a survey, and then they run some statistical analyses to look for correlations or different kinds of relationships or different patterns. And then they follow up those big studies, the bigger scale studies, with more qualitative studies. And in the trend that you see more so, especially within like the research network, is this approach where there's a blending of quantitative, qualitative research, because researchers are seeing that the numbers only tell part of the story, and they're not offering that nuance or that more humanizing perspective. And so that's where, and even in discussions with research teams, what we're learning here, like researchers will give presentations on their statistical analyses, and they'll tell us about what they're learning in that broader sense or in that landscape perspective. And as I'm listening to their studies, I can say, oh, what we're hearing from teachers in our study really aligns with what you're learning, or there seems to be some discrepancy. Like what you're saying doesn't really match what teachers are reporting on. So what's happening there? And then we can wonder about any social desirability. So when teachers participate in surveys, are they telling researchers what they think they want to hear, or are they being honest with them? And that's where, like, through qualitative research, we could really gain trust and rapport with the participants so they could be more open and maybe a little more honest with us in talking about how decisions are impacting their work. And so this is just the very end of the presentation, talking about how we're sharing our findings. And I think I've alluded to many of these things already. But we also want to try and reach multiple audiences. So talking to other researchers and scholars, but most importantly, talking to the research policymakers and even to teachers themselves to help influence change. And so in many respects, we're trying to be scholar activists, or trying to be advocates at the very least, to say teachers are really struggling and they need more support and they need lesser workload. So how can we do that? And how can we accomplish that through the enactment of policies that are more responsive to their needs, or even when we make recommendations for teaching practices, and what ways could that be done that's truly collaborative with teachers, so we hear from teachers about what they like or what works for them in their own classrooms. And so just now moving forward, and I just have about 7 minutes left. But this is actually where I am now, and this project is taking us into more of the discussion around international research collaborations. So fortunately, through the use of research by my research team, but other people as well, the policymakers heard about teachers struggling, having to use these authentic assessment systems. So now what they're trying to figure out is what other tools can we ask teachers to use that are more humanizing or more expansive in looking at children and childhoods and things of that nature. And they've taken upon themselves to learn about learning stories. And learning stories, of course, are a major part of the Te Whāriki curriculum used in New Zealand, or learning stories are just it's a big assessment approach used in New Zealand. And so I bring this up through research collaborations because now, as the city is contemplating adopting learning stories, I have very good friends, good colleagues in New Zealand who know a lot about learning stories. So as we move in this new direction, it opens up the possibility of collaboration. If we not only can talk to them as consultants or just to pick their brains about how learning stories work, how teachers find the process of constructing learning stories and things like that, we can design now research studies about what's happening in pretty expansive communities, knowing that New Zealand is a country comprised of however many millions of people. New York City has about 9 million people. So we can think, and not obviously not 9 million 4-year-olds, but still knowing that we have 2 different transnational contexts, we have 2 different geographic areas, we have many different, the populations of people are different, but what are ways we can look at adoption of learning stories in these different places? So that's an exciting new direction that we're moving towards. Also, learning stories in terms of becoming more technological is moving towards online platforms. And there's one such platform, Educa, that was started in New Zealand that's making its way to New York City public school classrooms. So then we see this adoption of this online platform. And again, there's this potential to engage in international research, or at least research across transnational contexts. It's not definitely not international yet because it only involves 2 different places, but at the same time, it's exciting, as I mentioned, to just know that you can collaborate with someone in another part of the world and think about how we can build research studies together. And so just in closing out, of course, thinking about, as a lot of the research outside of the US that I've carried out has been done with colleagues and friends in different countries. And through this process, it's just been a lot of learning and unlearning. And so when we think, these are just some of the things that I have learned and I'm continuing to learn about, but it's understanding too who we are as a global community, but also recognizing that there's so much variation across local contexts and people's lived experiences. So as we engage in collaborative research, I always just go back to that humanizing element and really understanding who people are and how they've been shaped by their societies or cultures. Really understanding grand narratives, dominant assumptions about children and childhoods, and how key that is to carrying out international work. And I bring up children and childhood specifically because so much of my international research has been really nested within children's rights and participation. So when you think about children's participation in different transnational contexts, you also really have to be mindful about how children are perceived in different places. And for us in the US, actually, we don't actually think very highly of children, unfortunately, and us, I guess, more as the dominant assumption is that children are inexperienced and incapable because of their young age, or that we have to preserve their innocence. And also there's so much work being done in the US, but I know also in different countries around anti-racism or anti-oppressive views on cultures and societies. And so that's something at the heart of the work, challenging norms and grand narratives that privilege white Eurocentric views on the human experience, especially in early childhood. It still remains that there's so many ways of understanding child development, especially, that are just nested in very white Eurocentric views on growing and learning. So it's really trying to disrupt and challenge what those norms are and bring more of the diversity and pluralism into our constructions of children and childhood. And in doing that, it's engaging in things like Global South onto-epistemological points of view. So like, in many respects, just draw on colleagues who are living in different Global South nations, but also leaning on some of the work of others that are in the US context. And even in addition, or I don't know if it's in addition, but complementing or part of this is understanding Indigenous knowledges and perspectives and seeing how those have been just completely put under erasure, especially in the US context, but working to do decolonization and things of that nature so that more of this approach to understanding human experience is embedded in what we do, whether it be related to teacher education or research. And then I also just wanted to close out by talking about the impact factor in publishing. When we think about this question, conducting international research, and I know a big part of the conference theme today is around creating research, writing research articles and publishing. And that is definitely an important part, especially in academic circles, but there's so much more to making an impact. And so that's just something I wanted to bring attention to. But I think a good starting point is building networks that support and sustain international collaborations within the field. And I'm highlighting in particular the Reconceptualizing Early Childhood Education Organization, because that's really something that has supported and uplifted me all throughout my doctoral studies and even to this day. I've met many people from many different places around the world, and whether we meet at the annual meeting or we stay in touch through email, through social media even, it's just really nice to know that you can reach out to those who are like-minded, and you can share or exchange ideas with them. You could share manuscripts with them and ask for feedback. Or you could work together to develop projects and work collaboratively in that respect. So much of work within academia is just, it goes by so fast, but a lot of it also happens in isolation. So when you're able to find a network where people are really just caring, and I feel like that's how it is in Riset, at least in my experience, then and they're very kind and generous as well, then you don't feel as alone, and then you also feel more motivated to publish or do things that are related to research or advocacy. But then I also want to bring attention, of course, to publishing with international colleagues. And here I just, not as a plug, but just recently published was the Sage Handbooks of Global Childhoods. And this was actually my first experience ever editing a book. And ever doing something so international in scope. But having an opportunity to contribute to something like this is very educational in the respect that it helps you to learn about what's happening in other places, and how different people experience childhood, for example. So taking advantage of looking for calls for papers or calls for chapters in different publications, whether it be books or whether it be academic journals, is very worthwhile. Joining the listservs of other people of different journals or different publishers will help you to see when the different calls for papers are open, and you can understand ways that you might be able to contribute to that work. And then also another thing I've learned, though, is there are very few journals in early childhood that do work that's critical or reconceptualist. And so when you find journals of that nature, they're often international in scope. And so you have to, as a writer, understand how you can say what's happening within my local context is similar to what's happening in other places around the globe, or you just have to be able to draw some connections to that global context. And so as you prepare manuscripts for publication, it's understanding not only what opportunities there are to contribute to different publications, but when you're writing just about studies that are specific to your local context, providing some information within your manuscript to explain how you're making some different connections to the international community, or how it might parallel or be different than what's happening in other transnational contexts. And then lastly, I just wanted to also make sure, of course, that we understand that advocacy and having an impact takes on so many different forms. And so this was just one other example. So as you might maybe are aware of or just know about, the OECD had an initiative. It's commonly referred to as Baby PISA, but that's not its official name. But it was an assessment tool to be used with 5-year-olds across the world to see, different indicators of maybe children's well-being or whatever it was they were looking at. But this instrument was made without the consultation of any early childhood researchers, scholars, and educators. And then it was also considered to be a very scary or detrimental instrument in that it was standardizing childhood for children who are living in global communities. And so this was an op forum that was kind of a grassroots organization. There was some momentum building in other countries around the opposition to PISA, and they're trying to stop it from being piloted in different countries, but it didn't really take, I guess they're looking for maybe a broader impact that they could be making. So this is just one opportunity. If you're not able to publish, then maybe consider organizing different events where you can have panelists come together, or just people in conversation with one another to discuss any issues or challenges that are being faced within the field, whether it be within your home country or as it's a global issue that needs to be addressed, or both. But know that too, just advocacy takes on many forms, and in academia, publishing is just one way to be an advocate. It's not the way. So I'll definitely try and explore other opportunities if you can. And that's another great reason to be a part of so many different networks, is that you can see how you can build coalitions or help to work together to build different or create different events like this. And now that we know so many events can happen through Zoom or online platforms, people can come together in ways like never before that we just didn't take advantage of before. So that's pretty exciting. And those are my remarks. So thank you for your listening and for your patience.
Thank you very much for giving us more information about your research. Baiklah Bapak Ibu sekalian, dapat kita simpulkan bahwa dari penjelasan beliau tadi, beliau sharing kepada kita tentang salah satu penelitian beliau mengenai studi kasus mengenai authentic assessment, ya, bagaimana aplikasinya dalam bidang pendidikan, di mana penekanannya kepada computer based authentic assessment. Nah, kemudian dari hasil penelitian beliau ditemukan bagaimana pemahaman guru terhadap penggunaan authentic assessment, pengaruh authentic assessment terhadap pengambilan keputusan, mulai dari perencanaan dan penyajian, kemudian faktor apa saja yang mempengaruhi pengambilan keputusan pedagogis seorang guru, dan tentu tujuan dari authentic assessment itu. Pada pendidikan prasekolah, di mana anak usia dini di sini tidak diwajibkan untuk mahir matematika, ya, ataupun mengenal huruf abjad, namun di sini lebih kepada mempersiapkan anak untuk masuk usia prasekolah. Nah, saat penelitian berlangsung, beliau menginterview administrator, anak, guru, guru pendamping, beserta orang tua. Lebih kurang durasi penelitian beliau antara 7 sampai 9 bulan. Nah, di mana akhir dari tujuan penelitian ini yaitu untuk membangun trust, ya, atau kepercayaan antara pengampu kebijakan, kemudian pelaksana kebijakan pendidikan. Dan tentu perlu adanya feedback dan adaptasi terhadap beberapa perubahan yang ada. Nah, pengalaman guru di sini sangat mempengaruhi kualitas pendidikan dimulai dari usia prasekolah. Beliau tadi juga menyarankan kepada kita bahwa kita sebagai seorang peneliti harus membangun kerjasama internasional. Ya, beliau mengikuti salah satu koneksi yang disebut dengan Riset, ya, di mana beliau membangun network dan international collaboration sesuai dengan bidang yang beliau ampuni. Selain itu juga publikasi harus dinomorsatukan, karena publikasi sangat mempengaruhi bahwa apa yang telah kita lakukan, apa yang telah kita teliti dapat dibaca oleh seluruh orang di dunia. Dan di sini beliau menulis di salah satu jurnal Global Childhood yang lebih kepada skop internasional. Kenapa penting kita membangun network internasional? Yang pertama untuk memahami konteks lokal dan global. Ya, jadi penelitian itu hendaknya harus konteks global, sehingga skop penelitian kita lebih besar, impact faktor dari penelitian kita pun lebih luas. Kemudian kita juga harus membangun kepedulian, ya, terutama untuk meneliti atau menelaah sektor pendidikan, kebijakan pendidikan, serta bagaimana pemahaman global dari seluruh orang yang menjalankan kebijakan pendidikan tersebut, terutama dalam hal ini guru sebagai orang pertama yang menjalankan kebijakan dari si pengambil kebijakan di tingkat lokal. Silakan Bapak Ibu jika ada yang ingin bertanya pada sesi ini. Okay, Dr. Lesbitas, we have some questions. The first questions that refer to Pak Atriwaldi on chat room.
Yeah, this one, the one about current trends, especially in the field of education, right? Is that the question? Yeah, so I touched on that a little bit. So you see, I think it depends a lot on, I guess, what in terms of education, what part of education you're looking at. For early childhood educators, there's still this strong push for quantitative studies, and the quantitative studies are done to really justify why public funding in many respects should be brought toward early childhood programming. And when we refer to public funding, it's a lot about how taxpayers are providing the monies to increase programming or to provide the programming for different neighborhoods and communities. And so when you think about the reasons why quantitative research is used is because it's usually done in a larger scale. And so people can send out things like surveys, or they can run statistical analyses or do use different instruments that have been psychometrically validated, things like different screenings for any child's, I guess, development related things. So anyway, I'm starting to ramble, but I think you'll see both. So one of the trends is that we need studies that are big in scale to help policymakers or elected officials understand that early childhood is important, and it should receive funding much like schooling does for older children. So when we think about providing preschool education, there's that aspect. In many different respects too, research related to the neurobiological development of children has really helped to bring funding or attention to early childhood, because we're recognizing how much the brain is changing in the first few years of life. And so without that neurological or neurobiological research, then people will not have these visualizations of what's happening with the brain and how it's shifting and being shaped by early experiences. So there's those types of research studies that are being carried out, and that's trending towards making a big impact, because we're able to see how and why it is important to invest in early childhood education. But then in other respects, you see that critical scholarship is really gaining a lot of prominence. When we talk about critical scholarship, it's either scholarship that's calling out whiteness, or in the US, a lot of times we refer to it as whiteness, but white supremacy has had a very strong hold on how systems have been created and established and sustained over time. And so people want that to come to an end. They don't agree with these white ideas or the values of white people who've come from European countries who are middle to upper class. They don't think that that's really what we should be striving for. So anyway, a lot of critical scholarship is questioning or disrupting some of these big ideas we've had about human development for so long. And then in addition to critical scholarship, you see some other ways that different theories are being used to show that there's some different perspectives on just the human experience. So when you think about theories related to postmodernism or posthumanisms, there's so much happening that's just shifting the ways in which we have traditionally carried out research, because we're recognizing that in many different respects, it's very dehumanizing. So in the process of collecting data for the sake of influencing change, there's this recognition that it's come at such a significant cost, and that cost is putting under erasure a lot of people's cultural backgrounds, or their funds of knowledge that they carry with them as these social cultural beings. And so you see there's still, I guess, in some respects, some competing forces between quantitative and qualitative research, but at the same time, there's some synergy being created between different research paradigms, or just different advances in research being made to try and help people be stronger advocates, but advocates in a way that's more humanizing and not as not so narrowing, not narrowing the scope of what it means to be a person, a researcher, a student, a teacher, an educator, and so forth. So hopefully that answers your question. But in early childhood, especially in the US, there are two defined groups of, there have been a long time, two defined group of researchers: those who follow more traditional methodologies and those that offer more critical perspectives and do work in different or more innovative, what many might consider more innovative or just more expansive ways. And so then the next question too, related to the questionnaires. Yeah, working with parents, there's so many different factors I think that play into this question. And I asked the first question about how are parents being asked to fill out the survey or this questionnaire, knowing that certain parents might prefer one style over another. But of course, if you're asking people to fill out a hard copy, then it's going to be very difficult for you to get the surveys back. So having an electronic survey is very efficient in that respect, or an online survey is very efficient in terms of it creating more reach and being able to connect with people, at least to provide an invitation to participate. But having people actually fill out a survey is whole nother issue, right? Or a whole other challenge. What we've learned in doing the work is that sometimes parents, if they are able to do the survey on their phone, that might help them, because so many people are on mobile devices much of the time. And so for families in New York City, what we also recognize is that many parents are on public transportation for long periods of time. So when they're on the bus, a bus or a subway, for example, if they're able to access a survey and have it be reader friendly on a mobile device, that maybe increases the likelihood that they'll fill it out, because they don't have to sit in front of a computer and have some dedicated time to do it in that way. So I don't know if that's something you might want to play around with. And then also, of course, the time you're asking parents to fill out the survey. So try not to exceed maybe 15 minutes of their time. Or I think anybody really gets tired, no matter what their role is. But parents, especially during COVID times, their time is so limited. So asking them to maybe participate or fill out a survey, but telling them it's only going to take up to 15 minutes of their time might make it more attractive to them. And then something I've also learned a lot about is understanding how you're asking the questions, because for some family, even though as researchers, we think we're asking questions in ways that are accessible or easy to understand, they're not always that easy to understand. And so having a pilot of the survey might help, so that you could refine any of the questions to see if they need to be changed to make it easier for parents and parents of any background to respond to them. Yeah, and I see here.
Baik, Bapak Ibu, tadi Dr. Desi Peters menjelaskan bahwa tren yang sangat digandrungi saat ini di para peneliti khususnya, yaitu penelitian kualitatif, karena penelitian kualitatif ini lebih mengarah kepada skop penelitian yang lebih luas. Bidang kajian yang sangat penting yaitu dimulai dari pendidikan sejak usia dini. Nah, disitulah para peneliti mulai meneliti mengenai kebijakan pendidikan, kemudian bagaimana kebijakan pendidikan itu dilaksanakan oleh para guru, bagaimana kolaborasi guru dan orang tua, dan selain itu juga ada tren penelitian mengenai bagaimana sudut pandang dari pedagogi yang ditinjau dari aspek tradisional versus kritikal pedagogi. Nah, critical scholarship juga sangat dikaji ya, khususnya mengenai perkembangan teori perspektif dari pengalaman yang dialami oleh manusia atau guru ya. Nah, kenapa aspek manusia ini lebih dikedepankan? Karena kita di sini mendidik peserta didik, menghasilkan pendidikan yang bermutu, sumber daya manusia yang bermutu. Oleh karena itu aspek dari manusia dan aspek pedagogi ini menjadi tren yang sangat dibahas di dunia internasional. Beliau sangat menyarankan para peneliti untuk melakukan survei, ya, khususnya pada penelitian kualitatif, dan ketika mengumpulkan data banyak cara atau teknik diantaranya yaitu survei, observasi ataupun dengan interview. Namun di masa pandemi tentu ada berbagai kesulitan, oleh karena itu akan lebih gampang atau akan lebih mudah lagi jika si peneliti membuat perjanjian terlebih dahulu terhadap objek yang akan diinterview. Oleh karena itu, buatlah semacam appointment, kemudian nyatakan apa tujuan dari saudara sebagai seorang peneliti untuk menginterview guru atau menginterview orang tua. Nah, di sini mereka akan lebih terbuka kepada si peneliti. Di Amerika khususnya, saat masa pandemi, para peneliti menggunakan survei melalui handphone, ya, atau menggunakan mobile device. Jadi interview dilakukan dengan mobile device yang pada kurun waktu sekitar 10-15 menit, tentu sesuai dengan appointment. Karena di masa pandemi ini semua orang agak sedikit terbatas terhadap waktu, juga mereka perlu mengarrange ya beberapa hal. Silakan jika masih ada lagi pertanyaan.
Let me introduce myself first. I'm Pakar, the lecturer of primary school teacher education. Thank you for the chance that given to me, to Sunny Devi. Well, I want to ask to the teachers, as you said before, that the research that we do that must be have a global scope. So what can we have an idea to do the research in a global scope? If in every area or every district they have different problems. For example, that in one area that they have different economic background, or family education is different from one district and other district. So how can we get idea that our researchers have a global scope, so we can make a big impact factor of our research. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a very good question, and I think it connects a lot to what's referring to as a local to global context. But even as you were discussing or raising your question and thinking about how it connects to a global scope, was that even though the study that I shared today was very localized, based in New York City, as you listened to my reporting on the study or just seeing what teachers were experiencing in New York City's localized context, you were able to draw some parallels, or you were able to connect to these different, using data as a provocation, right? Or so as a provocation, then you're able to say, oh, this is something that's similar to what teachers here face or in these different regions are facing, or here's how it might be different. So it's helping maybe to shape your inquiry or just to help draw some connections to what's happening in local or global contexts. And I think some of what we see so much of in education right now is this danger of the traveling, or the I guess it's traveling discourse, right? And knowing that there's all of these globalizing forces that are shaping our different approaches to education. So whether it be in early childhood context, as we see, education for 4-year-olds taking shape in different countries, recognizing that some of the issues that we face in the US related to standardization or adoption, teacher accountability and high stakes accountability or things like that, that's not just unique to the United States, right? It's happening in other places as well. And so when we recognize that this is not just an issue for one country, it's becoming a global issue, then it's trying to understand then where are the ways we can find these entry points for advocacy, and how can we work together as, I guess, collaborators, co-conspirators, or partners, despite our geographic differences or distances between us. And so with that in mind, is saying like, okay, when we think about these different opportunities to publish, for example, it's like, is there a common interest? Is there a way to call together a special issue in a journal to say that, like with assessment, for example, there's a lot of different countries who are facing similar challenges with regard to assessment and the adoption of what's referred to as authentic assessment. So is there a way we could bring attention to this through something like a special issue of a journal? Or does it warrant, can we even create a book together to write about how this is not, when we think about the assessment of young children, this is not something that's just unique to different countries or a particular country. It's some way an issue we're all facing, and it's a globalizing force that's based in neoliberalism or hypercapitalism or things to that effect. And we see greater danger than just, telling teachers what they have to do or how they have to do it. And so it's just, I guess, in that respect, taking what seemingly like a small study, but seeing how it does connect to broader discourses and traveling discourses at that.
Dapat disimpulkan bahwa kita harus mencari global isu. Bila perlu kita saling berkolaborasi antar peneliti yang memiliki bidang ilmu yang berbeda satu sama lain. Karena kita dalam melakukan penelitian itu harus berpikir efek dari penelitian kita ini skopnya kecil atau skopnya luas. Semakin luas, semakin bagus. Contoh umpamanya, saat ini di masa pandemi tentu kita merasa bahwa traveling itu menjadi sangat berbahaya. Kita bisa mengambil data secara online dengan menggunakan berbagai akses seperti Google Form dan lain sebagainya. Nah, ketika kita berbicara mengenai skop yang besar, kita bisa memikirkan bagaimana perbedaan pendekatan dalam pendidikan. Nah, ini skopnya besar. Bisa diteliti oleh semua orang. Bisa diteliti oleh para peneliti lintas disiplin ilmu ataupun para peneliti internasional. Ya, jadi kita berpikir memikirkan isu global dalam melakukan penelitian kolaborasi. Kita lanjut kepada pertanyaan dari Saudari Yulis. Okay, Dr. Lise, one more question from Yulis on chat room.
I don't see. Is it still related to the question about the questionnaire?
Yes, questionnaires.
Yes, okay. So I think I answered that question, and then it's, yeah, I see you carried out some forum group discussions as well. So which is a great step also, right? As I was mentioning, maybe piloting the questionnaire to see if all of the questions are easy to understand.
Do you think that she also need focus group discussions to gain?
Oh, that's not what it was. I see. I thought maybe she was saying that's what happened already. I'm sorry. So yeah, I think if you can do a focus group discussion, or even just ask parents who are not a part of the study, or who will not be a part of the study, to fill out the survey for you, but then fill it out with the lens of, do all of the ask them to also report, do all of the questions make sense? Did you know how to respond to them? Things like that might be really helpful. But even if you want to stay in the perspective of researchers and teachers, I think the more eyes you have on any data collection instrument is helpful. So just asking people to for their time and sharing information or just asking them, like I said, as you fill out the survey, can you just help make sure that all of the questions are as clear as can be, and indicate where any revisions or changes need to be made so that the questions are easy to understand. I guess one other idea to help parents' participation, I don't know if this is even a possibility, but for parents many times in the US, one thing that helps to increase their participation is the offering of an incentive. So giving them something to compensate them for their time. Research, when you do a survey research, you want as many people to fill out the survey as possible. And there's no way you can offer a lot of times something for everybody who fills out the survey. So sometimes what we'll say to help increase participation is, if you fill out the survey, then your name will be entered into a raffle for, a prize, and you have the opportunity to win something. It could be something in the form of like a book. It could be something in the form of a gift card, or monetary type of incentive. Like I said, I don't know if that's possible, but that's usually what helps people in the US gain some motivation to fill out the survey, because they think they're going to get something back in return, or they have the possibility of winning a prize.
Saran dari Dr. Lise untuk Yulis tadi, yaitu yang pertama bisa menyebarkan angket atau questionnaires, dan juga bisa melakukan survei melalui orang tua. Nah, di sini ketika melakukan survei, supaya lebih termotivasi, ya harus ada insentif atau feedback dari si peneliti kepada orang yang telah membantu mempermudah si peneliti dalam mendapatkan data penelitian. Dan biasanya seperti itu, ketika guru terlibat untuk mengambil data, biasanya mereka diberi penghargaan agar lebih memotivasi. Dan juga di sini boleh juga dilakukan FGD jika dibutuhkan, dan nanti Yulis harus melihat kembali apakah efek dari FGD yang telah dilakukan, proses interview yang telah dilakukan, kemudian data yang telah dikumpulkan, di cross check silang lagi hasil analisisnya. Yang terpenting adalah orang yang kita teliti itu atau subjek yang kita teliti bisa berinteraksi bisa merespon dan memahami apa pertanyaan penelitian kita atau pertanyaan yang kita ajukan saat interview, sehingga nanti proses dalam durasi singkat bisa kita dapat pahami dengan baik. Ya, terima kasih. Silakan Bapak Ibu jika masih ada lagi pertanyaan.
Habis.
Sepertinya sudah sangat bisa dipahami dengan baik ya. Okay, that's our visitors. Thank you very much for your coming, your best contributions, and also thank you for your time. Even 11 hours already presentation, you can join us. Thank you. We really appreciate your coming. Bye, Lucy. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our second invited speaker, Assistant Professor Admin Auditor. He is a researcher, consultant, accredited, and certified math and physics teacher who values dedication, service, and excellence. He is one of assistant professor of pre-service teacher education at Philippine Normal University Institute of Teaching and Learning, where he is also curriculum coordinator. His work and research interest in education center mostly on curriculum development, classroom management, assessment and evaluation, and STEAM education. He also co-authored science books and published in such journals as International Journal of Education and Research, International Journal of Research Studies in Educational Study, and PNU Normal Lives, among others. I would like to invite Assistant Professor Admin Auditor.
All right, hello everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you for your coming back.
Okay, great to see everyone on here. You know, I'm so excited to share something with you today. So before I begin, allow me to share my PowerPoint. Could you please allow me to share? Thank you. All right. Give me a few seconds, please. Presentation. Wait a minute. Wait a second, please. Okay, wait. Where is it? Okay. Hello, can you see my PowerPoint now?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Okay. Once again, good morning. How's everybody?
Great.
Okay, so first off, to the administrators, faculty members, and staff of education, Universitas Negeri Padang. I'm sorry if I mispronounce some words. How do you pronounce your university?
Perfect. Universitas Negeri Padang.
Okay, Universitas Negeri Padang. All right. Of course, special thanks to Sari Dewi. Sari, thank you so much. Okay, thank you for, of course, I want to say thank you for inviting me to speak today. I am very pleased and honored to join you here to, to share something about getting your journal article published in relation to your theme, improving something about improving the quality and quantity of research articles. So to the people behind this event, okay, congratulations on organizing and pulling off this kind of event. As one of the administrators at the Philippine Normal University, I'm so happy to see and to experience something like this. Okay, now just to tell you a very short story. Many years ago, I was an education student like you. Okay, so I am honored. I'm really honored to speak today to everyone who are really hardworking. Okay, your hardworking group. Surely many of you will go out into the world and make a significant impact. It was such a great, opportunity to connect with such kind of people. Positive people who are making such wonderful difference. Okay, in your community. So thank you for having me here. By the way, can you hear my voice loud and clear?
Perfect.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. So everybody, welcome to our session today entitled Getting Your First Journal Article Published. Okay. So we are going to focus, I'm going to give some tips on how to be, how to prepare, how to develop your journal article so that you will have a very high chance to get your article published. Okay. All right. Now the first question is, why do you have to publish your research findings? Is it really necessary? Okay, that's a very important question that all of you should be able to realize. I think you are all aware that you're aware that once you already have conducted your research and came up with conclusions supported by facts. Research is mainly for finding solutions. Okay, of course, based on evidence. Okay, supported by facts. It is not only necessary, but it's a virtuous action to publish it. So it's not just we want to, it's not just I just want to publish it because I want to gain something from it. It is, as a researcher, it is a must that your work should be shared, okay, with your colleagues, okay, with the readers, right? I have listed at least 5 reasons why research findings should be published. Okay, the first one is, I hope that you are seeing my PowerPoint very clearly. Okay, the first one is you share your work. Why? You'll be adding to the body of knowledge. Okay, doing research is a mission to share your knowledge, okay, about something. Surely your discovery will enrich the pool of literature. Okay, that's a very famous word when you are conducting a research. Okay, the word is literature on a given subject. Now, your findings, your research will strengthen the arguments of others. Yeah, if you are supporting it, it will strengthen, while it will refute others. Of course, when you do research, sometimes you'll be supporting group of researchers. Sometimes you will be disagreeing other researchers. So your research will help shed light on issues that need resolution, and it will also help build theories. Okay, I'm sure you are quite familiar with what a theory is. Remember, a theory arises from a culmination of facts documented and discussed by a lot of researchers. Okay, especially in education, we come across a lot of theories, right? Sounds very easy, when you take education, sounds very easy, right? But we do have a lot of theories. Okay, now a theory, is created, is developed to explain a phenomenon, right? So, um, what I mean is that theories are plausible explanation of phenomena based on insightful thinking from evidences that were systematically gathered. Okay, it is systematic. All right, it's not, sometimes a lot of people will think that a theory is just like speculation. The word is speculation. Speculation means that, providing a statement without a strong evidence. No, it's in science, in research, a theory is supported by facts, supported by evidence. Okay, so simply, a theory is just a generalization from what has been discovered so far. Okay, so when you do a research, okay, most of the times you'll be developing a theory. Okay, especially if you do a quantitative research. All right, so it is always possible that a new, better theory will arise with new, with new researchers available. Okay, so that's why it's very important that you share your work. All right, now next reason is the moment you published your research, that's the time that you start becoming a recognized expert in your field. Okay, of course, if you're working hard doing your research, a lot of your colleagues in the field, not only in Indonesia. All right, what I mean is that your contribution will not only be recognized locally, but it can be recognized internationally. Okay, it depends, right? It depends how important your research is. So if you have published a lot of research on a specific topic or issue, you will gain credibility. Okay, the word is credibility, and become a recognized expert in that particular field. For instance, if a government or non-government organizations or even a university who needs a consultant, okay, along that area, you focus your research on, you will have an edge over others who have not published anything. So what would be the consequence? If you have an edge over the others, you get hired, okay, very easily, okay, because you are recognized expert in that field. Okay, so you just have to make sure that you do your research right, each time. So doing it right implies that you employed a rigorous investigation. Okay, the word is rigorous investigation. Rigorous means you applied an extremely thorough, exhaustive, or accurate approach in your review of, okay, first thing, you have to be accurate, thorough, exhaustive in your review of literature, methodology, results and discussion, and of course your conclusion. Now, the methodology in particular is crucial, because if it is found defective or could not be replicated by other researchers, the rest of your paper, the rest of your article will be rendered fake or unreliable, and we don't want that. Okay, so yeah, when you write your article, we have to ensure that it's exhaustive, meaning to say every important detail can be found there, and your data should be accurate. Okay, one important thing is other researchers, when you read, when they read your article, can follow, they can replicate your study. Otherwise, they would have a lot of questions. Okay, now if I only have enough time to to share some stories. There's one incident in Japan, a very famous topic, and this one particular PhD, if you're not mistaken, or a researcher, I think what she did, she fabricated the data just to come up with a very a very interesting research. So all eyes, all right, when I say all eyes are at that, at that person, she was, she became an instant personality, all right, in that field. Now, however, some researchers found that some data are questionable, and later on they found out that the data was, the data were fabricated, meaning the data provided was not true. So to cut the long story short, her degree was removed. Okay, she was a doctor, so the university, if I'm not mistaken, removed her degree. Okay, and I think she faced, if I'm not mistaken, criminal or administrative case, right, in Japan. Okay, so my point is that it's very important that in research, regardless of the kind of data that you get, it's very important that you establish what we call integrity. Okay, you have to be very honest, right? So, all right, enough to that story. Now let's move on to another reason why it's important to conduct or publish research. Okay, are you still with me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, now another reason is you can change practice. Your findings will help develop or improve an existing policy. Okay, for instance, okay, not only in education, but also in other fields. Take note that research findings are very important, inputs to policy making. Sound policies for good governance may be developed if policymakers are made aware of the results of your study. This is, referred to us as science-based policymaking, right? It's highly encouraged that every institution, every policy should be based on studies. Okay, that's science-based, right? Now, this policymaking approach can save a lot of time, can save a lot of money and effort, of course, right? Of course, you are aware that a costly hit and miss approach is avoided. We don't want that, that a costly hit and miss, just like a trial and error. We don't want that. So every time that we do implement a policy, especially it involves a lot of people, it can cut across not only in an institution, but it can can be felt, can be it can affect across the country. So it should be based on science-based policy making. All right. At school, for example, the implementation of the policy on reducing student dropouts. Okay, that's a common problem, right? And of course, this the administrator can may be made more effective if baseline research has been made before its implementation. Performance before and after policy implementation can then be compared. So my point is that through research publication, administrators can be mindful of the dynamics of the school local setting where they intend to bring order. Okay, so simply copying practice elsewhere without due regard to the specific needs. Okay, what I mean is that the context and the concerns of the local students may not work. All right, so each school has a specific context. So research is really really important to support in policy making. All right, now next is wait a minute. All right, through publication, certainly your publications will help you advance your career. Okay, now the number of quality publications you have produced can prop up you to the ladder of success. Now, universities, especially if you will be working in the university, of course, they can give you credit to meritorious research work that advance knowledge and bring about innovation. Publishing work will also give you a better chance of getting a promotion, right? Especially big universities, they allocate a portion of their annual budget in research and development. So they allocated a huge amount of money, okay, for research. So you have to take that opportunity. As a result, probably greater income is expected from innovative products, especially if if you develop a very useful product. Okay, now if you have been asked, if you have been tasked to develop such product, then that will be a good opportunity for, I think, economic gain. All right. Okay, now just to share something about me, you know what, I grew up in a very poor family here in the Philippines. When I was still a kid, I worked as a fisherman and sometimes I worked as a farmer. Okay, I live in a very remote place, a province, okay, to be exact. And of course, going to school was a very challenging for me. Okay, now of course, because of hard work, I work while studying when I was in high school and college. Okay, and I was so thankful that I got a scholarship from the government. Now, right after college, of course, I got a job. So it was a big help for me. I earned money. And while working in the university, I was thinking, I want to study abroad. Okay. I did really want to study abroad, but the thing is I can't afford it. You know, studying abroad is, you know very well, is a huge expense, and it's normal for Filipino student not to pursue it. Okay, it's, you know, it's normal. We want to study abroad, but because of expenses, we just, we just say, okay, I'm gonna stay here. But except, of course, for those who are rich, who have who are well off, relatives or parents like that, that might make things easier. Okay, but study abroad doesn't have to be an impossible task. Okay, I'll say it again. Studying abroad doesn't have to be an impossible task. While it may be feasible to study abroad on scholarship, okay, no one ever said it's easy. Okay, like like me, I was able to get a government scholarship, okay, from the Philippine government. Okay, but I went through a very tedious process, okay, before I get a scholarship. You know what? What is that one thing that gave me an edge over other applicants? Publications, right? Publications. Now the government would be ranking. Of course, there are so many applicants to get scholarship, but the moment that they see that, okay, you are so hardworking, you have published a couple of researches, so I think you can survive in abroad, because research is an important element when you study abroad. Okay, so to cut the long story short, I got that scholarship, and I was able to study my PhD at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. Okay, because of publication, folks. If you want to go abroad but no money, you have no money in your bank, you're going to need to make a plan. Okay, now the best way to make your study abroad trip a reality is to publish, publish, publish. All right. I am so lucky because at my young age, I was able to travel in different countries. I've been in the United States, I've been in Japan, I have been in Australia and other countries because of research. Okay, so all expenses paid by the government and the university, and it's not a joke. Okay, it entails a lot of money, but I was able to do that because of research. All right, so at your age you can start working on it. You can start developing your skills in writing your research. All right, so the pictures that you see on on screens are just some of my pictures I got from abroad. Okay, all right, and lastly, you will gain inner satisfaction. Okay, so I think that's quite abstract, right? And that's quite relative. Satisfaction, satisfaction is that depends on an individual, right? So what might satisfy with me doesn't satisfy to you, so it depends. But one thing I'm sure, if you are able to publish your research findings in a reputable scientific journal, that gives you somehow an inner confidence that indeed you have been a good researcher, right? Well, certainly after endless nights of writing and in rewriting your manuscript, you finally reap the fruits of your labor. Okay, it's a painstaking process. I think the ones who are joining now and get involved in research, it's a painstaking process. Okay, I think they would agree with that. Okay, but the end justifies the means. Okay, nobody can buy what you feel. Nobody can buy what I feel. Okay, just don't get over your head, for it always pays to be humble. All right. But before publishing your findings, it will be a good practice to present your research in scientific gatherings, okay, conferences relevant to your field of expertise. Okay, why it's important to, you know, to share your findings in some conferences, because you need to engage your colleagues. They can improve your research paper through their critical comments as well as suggestions. Okay, so if you are not that confident in making an oral presentation in front of a large audience, then, you know, present your work paper in a, you know, in poster from, you know, yeah, poster form will be one of your best choices. Okay, so surely there are other benefits. All right, folks, there are other benefits that can be derived from publishing your research findings. But I guess the greatest benefit of, you know, for all your pain will be sharing your knowledge, you know, just to make this world a better place for everyone. Okay, now what use are your findings if you are the only one who knows it? So you publish your work, you publish your research. Okay, it's no use if you, or you know, if you're the only one knows it. All right, so these are 5 reasons. Of course, there is a long list of reasons why you need to publish your research. Okay, are you still with me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, now the first question to ask yourself before you start working on your journal article is the paper worth writing? Is writing worth the hassle? How can you answer that? Of course, by reading the literature. What's in the literature? So what? It's a lot of work, you know. Doing your research alone can be a lot of work. Well, you know, you can have a lot of drafts. Having said that, don't do it unless it's worth it. Okay, so in considering how suitable your article is for publication, the editors will consider various factors, okay, including but not limited to: 1, all right, folks, listen to me. Number 1 consideration, right? You know what? Aside from publishing, I sometimes I work as an editor, sometimes I work as an evaluator. Okay, peer evaluation. Okay, locally here in the Philippines and abroad, and these are the factors that we do consider. Number 1, originality of the ideas. Originality. Second, significance of the ideas. Is it important? Okay, what do you get from this? Maybe this is just a replication. So it's very important that you come up with an original idea. And of course, all right, the last but not the least factor, quality of writing. All right, quality of writing, and it involves a lot of factors. Okay, when I say quality of writing, of course, did you follow the standard of writing in English like that? If you plan to publish your work in an English journal, did you observe the correct grammar, and you know, and a lot more? Okay, so before you start working on your journal, you know, just to avoid wasting your time, you have to ask yourself whether it's right, you know, it's worth the hassle. Okay, of course, there are a lot of things that we have to do, okay, before submission. Now I'd like to share some. All right, The first one is, what is the right format? Or it means that you follow submission guidelines. Successful articles share certain elements that make them a pleasure to read and shepherd through the process. As an evaluator, I look into a strong argument, a clear logic of organization, and whether the voice is clear, right? My comments are, my tips are ordered in 3 categories at this point. Before submission, the article itself, and after you receive your report. So what does follow submission guidelines? Okay, obviously every journal has citation guidelines and word limits. If it says you follow the APA format, okay, what's APA? Stands for American Psychological Association. Okay, in education, commonly we follow that format, the APA. If they say you follow MLA, you follow that. Submitting with another style, definitely you get a note saying, or like, responding to the note saying, I'll change it later if accepted. It signals, it gives signals that you don't actually see the paper as a good fit in the journal, as an evaluator, if you don't know how to follow just the format. Now, similarly, the solution to a paper that is well, over the word limit, okay, there's a word limit, of course, is not to submit it with a note allowing the editor to trim it, or saying that you'll work with the reader's reports and you cut it if it is accepted. No, that solution is revision before submission. Okay, in other words, you follow the requirement. Okay, that's the first thing that you have to do. Read and understand what is being asked you to do. All right. Next, can you spot the typos and grammatical errors? Of course, I understand that, just like here in the Philippines, okay, Indonesians are not native speakers. Of course, that's English is our second language. But if you want to, get, your journal get published, you've got to ask somebody to, to check typographical errors or grammatical errors, right? You submit polished professional work. Write as clearly as you can, okay, about complex things, right? It's, for us, I think it's not that important, but the reviewer, the editor will not say, oh, he's from Indonesia, he's from Philippines, he's from Malaysia, we have to understand that. No. Okay, you've got to reach the standard set by the journal. You know what? When I studied at the University of Auckland, I get used to, like, my supervisor would say, and you've got to meet, I tend to copy the accent of my supervisors who are native New Zealanders. You've got to meet the standards set by the journal, set by the university, like that. Okay. Meaning to say, regardless of where you're from, you've got to meet the standards. Okay. Now, it is a mistake to submit your article because you are stuck and really looking for feedback. Okay. This is where you should share drafts with. The first thing that you have to do, you share that with your trusted friends or colleagues and let them check. Take note, it is not the job of the editor or the peer reviewer to check your work. Meaning to say, to enhance your writing. Okay. Of course, they are there to check whether your work is acceptable or not. That's it. Okay. Next is know your audience. You got to double check who cares, who read the journal. Do you know the audience of the journal? Okay, that's the main point of that. Now, a good rule of thumb is to submit to the journals you read and cite most often. You are already participating in their ongoing conversations. Okay, if you have cited some of their journals, it seems that you are already participating. So you will also know approximately what level of expertise and knowledge your readers might have, right? Of course, there are journals that are highly specific for, group of experts. There are journals that are highly specific to a particular field. So know the audience, okay? Know the level of expertise. Now, as a reviewer, I say this, I'm working on, a review right now in which confusion about audience is really evident, okay? So most likely that journal, that article would be denied, okay? If it seems that there's a confusion. So the article would neither satisfy neither satisfy the specialist, would be, I think, irritated, okay, if they cannot understand what you mean, right? So that's the point. Know the audience. Next is what should the snappy abstract have? Okay, meaning to say you sharpen your abstract when you read an article. Of course, abstract, aside from title and in the authors, or the first thing that you see is the abstract. You spend time polishing the abstract, okay? It's not, abstract is a very important element that when you submit an article. Now take note, it should summarize the article's intervention, spell out the core research questions, and note some central thing under consideration. All right, so the abstract is the article's first impression. Now, of course, there's a cliche that first impression lasts, right? So when you want the reviewers get impressed, okay, make your abstract snappy, okay, snappy. If you can't articulate your argument and your contribution to the field clearly in the abstract, you might not have been clear enough in the article either, right? Meaning to say, if you can provide a very clear abstract, how much more the remaining writing. So if I am the reviewer, why should I spend time reading your article? So the first, I should reject your article right away. Okay. All right. Now, next thing that you have to consider is you choose the right journal. Okay, you choose the right journal. I think I have to discuss a little bit faster. I'm checking the time. All right. Get to know the journal you want to submit to. That's the point. Okay, it's a good idea to choose your target journal before you start writing your paper, right? Then right after you choose the journal, you can tailor your writing to the journal's requirements and readership and increase your chances of acceptance. All right. Now, once you've chosen your target journal, take the time to read a selection of articles, okay, already published, then particularly those that are relevant to your research. That can help you get an understanding of what the editors may be looking for and guide your writing efforts. So you've got to check, aside from the kind of journal, you check the aims and scope. That's important. Make sure that your article aligns with what the journal is trying to accomplish. Okay. Does it match with the audience? You ask your supervisors, your mentors, other researchers for the appropriateness. Okay, there's no harm in asking, right? And one thing that you have to consider is the impact factor. Okay. Of course, it's very challenging for a first time researcher to get an article, to have that article get published in a very high impact factor journal. But of course, there's always a good start. Okay. Let me talk about, how can you know if a journal is ISI or Scopus Index. Of course, you can choose. By the way, there are 3 popular indexing databases. It's a Web of Science, that's ISI, Scopus, and the PubMed. Okay. As a researcher, you would want to submit a research article, okay, someday, and for that you'd have to select a journal that fits your area of research, as well as finding out if it's indexed in a key abstract database, okay, like ISI, Scopus. You've got to identify the journal of your choice, okay, and type of indexing, right? For me, the most challenging type is the ISI, okay? Institute for Scientific Investigation, that's ISI, Institute for Scientific Investigation. Okay, it came into being around in 1960, all right, following its acquisition by Thomson Reuters. Okay, so ISI has a collection of high quality journals, journal conference proceedings, and books. So how can you search for a journal index in an ISI? Of course, you can go to Clarivate Analytics website. Okay, Clarivate. Okay, Clarivate Analytics is a subscription-based service focusing on scientific and academic research. Okay, so ISI is known for science-related articles, right? And it's the oldest, I think. All right. Next is, you can try the Scopus Index Journal. Scopus is the largest abstract and citation database of peer-reviewed research literature that has been introduced by Elsevier in 2004, right? Now, in terms of coverage, it is much younger than ISI. That ISI started, quite some time, but several research scholars consider it as a high quality source for contemporary data analysis. Okay, it also includes science journals covered in the ISI, right? Of course, it has broader subject area and geography coverage. Okay. Now, aside from that, there's a PubMed. Okay, as the name implies, it is a free resource for researchers who wish to publish in medicine and allied life sciences. Right. So aside from WOS or Web of Science or ISI, aside from Scopus, aside from PubMed, of course, there are other academic journal articles, right, that that can be found, that are available on the web. Okay, of course, you can use the Google Scholar, right, to search for the Scopus in ISI journals. Okay, most of the journals indexed by Scopus are paid and very few journals publish the article for free of cost. Okay, that's that's one of the issues, because you have to spend money just to read some quality journals. All right, I'm just hoping that maybe someday it could be free of cost. All right. Of course, there are other indexed organizations that provide indexing. All right, but again, if you want to find quality journals, you look for Web of Science, ISI, Scopus Index journals, right? Especially in education. Okay. Now, the type in the journal is published in ISI, okay, or in Scopus. If you want to check the impact factor, you can go to the journal profile. You will find a search bar and select your journal from the drop down, and of course you can type the name of the journal and you can check its profile. Okay, meaning to say you can check the journal impact factor and other relevant information related to the journal's publisher, location, and publication frequency, right? And of course, in other criteria relevant to that journal. Okay, so you can check the journal profile. All right, now impact factor is a very important consideration. The impact factor is calculated by dividing the citations to the recent items by the number of recent items, meaning to say, if the journal has been cited many times, that could increase the impact factor. In other words, if a journal has a very high impact factor, meaning to say it's reliable, many researchers are citing the articles published in that in the journal. Okay. Now, one important tip is you've got to avoid journals that are known as predatory. Okay, maybe you've heard about predatory journals. These predatory journals are not reliable simply because they are not peer reviewed by experts. They are there. They published articles because the researcher paid. Okay, so meaning to say, an article get published because of money. Okay, you've got to avoid that. I don't know if you can spot a predatory journal, but an experienced researcher like me can easily check, can easily spot whether the journal is reliable or not by just looking at the title. I can see whether that article is predatory or not. Okay. Not all articles that can be found on the internet, that can be Googled, are reliable. So you have to be very careful about that. All right, next thing that you have to consider is you assess the article. Okay, how to evaluate articles. Now, the first thing that you have to check is who is the author and what is their expertise in the subject area. Have they written on the same subject before? Are they affiliated with a research institution? Who is the publisher and what are their credentials? So credentials, you look at the author. Okay, is the article written to prove something? Something like that. Does the article provide a detailed list of references? Okay, so list of references, that's a very important component. Is scholarly? Is this article peer reviewed? Something like that. And of course, how to evaluate manuscript for publication. First thing that you have to look at is the research question. Is the research question clearly defined and appropriately answered? Okay, you check the design of the study. Do you think it's adequate, relevant? You check the participants studied. Do you think it's adequately described and their conditions defined? And things that you have to check. The methods, for example, is it adequately described? Does it follow ethical considerations, protocols like that? How about the results? Are the results answered the questions? Are the results credible, well presented? How about the interpretation and conclusions? Though they warrant and sufficiently derived from, focused on the data? Is the message clear? How about the references? Are the references up to date and relevant? And a lot more. Okay, so there are a lot of things that we have to consider when we assess an article. Okay, so yeah, I already mentioned that. And of course, you need to check the literature, meaning to say, through literature, you can hook the reader, right? Meaning to say, you can convince, you can invite the reader to, to read your article completely. Of course, there are a lot of questions that you can let him ask, right? One important thing is you have to know the knowledge gap. Okay, you have to emphasize that no one has done this, so I will, right? That's the best thing that you can do, right? Of course, complete literature would say that, would mean that you are an expert in that field. You have read a lot. Okay, you are you are well acquainted with the topic that that you are researching on. All right, so through literature. Okay, now let's talk about the general structure for writing an academic journal. Okay, so this is a journal itself. First thing that you can see is the title. Now, the title of your article is one of the first indicator the readers will get of your research and concepts. So it should be concise. Your title is concise, accurate, and informative. You should include, the most, aside from that, the most relevant keywords in your title. Okay, avoid including abbreviations and formula. A very good title, just one reading it, by just reading the title, I would know the main idea, the topic, I would know the research design, and probably the participants. Okay. Of course, don't forget the keywords. Keywords are essential part of producing a journal article. Okay, when writing a journal article, you have to select keywords that you would like your article to rank for. Keywords help potential readers to discover your article when conducting research using search engines. Okay, keywords are used for your article to be searched and found very quickly. Okay, now next is abstract. I think I did mention about the importance of that. Again, in abstract, it should show what your research is about, what methods have been used, and what your main findings are. All right. And of course, you include acknowledgements. Acknowledgements can appear to be a small aspect of your journal article. However, it's important. Okay, this is where you acknowledge other people, individuals who do not qualify for co-authorship, but contributed to your article intellectually, okay, financially, or in some other manner. So when you acknowledge someone in your academic text, it gives you more integrity as a writer, as it shows that you are not claiming other academic ideas as your own intellectual property. Okay, so it means that you are very thankful, okay, to a lot of people who help you out. Okay, now next is right, how to write your introduction. Okay, introduction is a very important part of the article writing process. Of course, it introduces your topic and your stance on the topic. It provides you the context, all right, situation, your argument in the broader academic field. So I won't be dwelling much on writing the introduction formula because I think we are running out of time. So I think the important tip that I'd like you to share is you have to have this kind of formula. Okay, first you start with the general background, then followed by specific background. Don't forget the knowledge gap and of course some specific details. All right. Yeah, general background, of course, introduce you of the topic which your research take place, highlighting the status of your understanding of your area. Okay, it narrow it down to the sub area that your paper will be addressing, and again highlight the extent of your understanding in that sub area. Okay, again, I won't be dwelling much on that. I think the important elements that I would like to see in your introductions are the following. First, the context. Okay, context of your study. Second is the literature review. Okay, not the comprehensive literature review, but a literature that that supports the importance of your study, that highlights the gap of your study. Yeah, of course, it tells you an overview of the topic that you are working on. Okay, it's part of the introduction, right? And of course, the knowledge gap. Why do you need to study that? What is missing? What is needed? Okay, now take note when research is like a chain, right? It's a long chain. When something is missing, okay, you are filling the gap. Okay, that particular part of the chain. Okay, if you do study, you are contributing to connect the chain. All right, so if there's a gap, you can contribute, okay, something to that. So after discussing what you know, you articulate what we do not know. Okay, so that's the gap, right? Okay, so yeah, aside from the gap, you state the purpose and value justification why you think your research is something important. Okay, what's the value? Why do you have to do that? Okay, now actually this is an example of a very short short introduction. Yeah, I won't be able to discuss that. So this is how you do it. It's like an inverted pyramid because you start from general down to specific. Okay, so when you are writing an introduction, you imagine that okay, you are explaining something from a broad area, then narrow it down to specific. Okay, that's inverted pyramid. Okay, so I am simply describing that. I know it's quite challenging because it needs writing skills. Okay, of course it's not it's not a very easy skill. It cannot be learned overnight. It needs practice. Okay, you only need to practice that. Writing is important, okay, aside from speaking. All right, now how about the method section? Again, a successful method section provides the reasons for choosing your methodology. So you've got to explain, describe your methodology in a very clear manner, okay? Because it allows readers to, to confirm your findings through replication, okay? You have to, you have to indicate the location, the participants, like that, research design, sampling technique, instrument, etc., etc. Okay, so meaning to say complete. All right, in the results sections, it's very important that you organize around tables and figures. Okay, it's the result section is used to describe and explain the data that you obtain with your methods. So you have to be very objective as possible. You can use narrative form. Even without a narrative description of the figure, your figure stands itself, meaning to say the reader can easily understand what the data is all about. Okay, they can interpret the data. Of course, it's a requirement that you explain that, okay, in logical manner, highlighting important data features, and of course, stating your conclusions. All right. Yeah, tables should stand on their own. And of course, in the discussion sections, that's part of your paper where you can share what you think your results mean with respect to the big questions you posed in your introduction. And the introduction and the discussion are natural partners. Okay, the introduction tells the reader what question you're working on and why you did this experiment to investigate it. And the discussion tells the reader what the results of that experiment have to say about the bigger question. Okay, so it discusses about the evidence advantages and disadvantages based on the literature review. It talks about the strengths and limitations, etc. Okay, and of course, you provide references and citations. Reference and citation should be well balanced, current, and relevant. Okay, although every field is different, you should aim to cite references that are not more than 10 years old, if possible. Of course, except for some seminal papers. And as a seminal paper, okay, these are articles that quite popular. Like for example, the work of John Dewey, Albert Einstein. These are seminal papers. So the studies you cite should be strongly related to your research questions. Okay, I hope that you get my point. Okay, so I don't need to discuss that. Okay, let's try to answer these questions. The good scientific paper should be A, is focused on specific questions, covers a broad spectrum of disease or methodological questions. The correct answer is should be A, focus on specific questions. Again, a very good important reminder that research questions should be clear, focused, concise, and complex. When I say it's clear, it provides enough specifics that one audience can easily understand its purpose without needing additional explanation. When I say it should be focused, it is narrow enough that it can be answered, thoroughly in the space the writing task allows. When I say concise, it expresses the fewest possible words. Okay, and it's complex. It's not answerable with a simple yes or no. Okay, but rather requires synthesis and analysis of ideas and sources. Okay, so that's the type of questions that I'd like you to do. All right, how about a good scientific paper should provide an abstract and tables and figures that are understandable without reading the whole paper. Okay, I think that's self-explanatory. How about this? A good scientific paper should be in not necessarily, well, actually, for me, well, which should you use? I think combination of both active voice and passive voice. Okay, so that's based on my experience. All right, what else? A good scientific paper should have a term defining the methods. So consistency. Okay, if you're using one word or important term, then you use it all throughout. Okay, don't use other terms for clarity purposes. All right, a good scientific paper should be concise. All right, again. Of course, before you submit your paper, important reminder, you proofread before submitting. Proofread, edit, okay, something like that. Okay, I discussed that already. Well, getting the reviews of your paper, the reviewer is always right. Okay, whether they are or not. You can't argue with the reviewer. Reviewers evaluate article submissions to journal based on requirements of that journal. What I mean is that, of course, you can respond to some comments. Okay, but again, at the end of the day, the reviewer is always right. Okay, so don't respond quickly. Digest reviews, meaning understand and contemplate what the reviewer wants to wants to do, what the reviewer wants wants you to modify, wants you to improve on. Okay, so something like that. All right. If your paper is rejected, folks, rejection is not the end of the world. Take note of that. You embrace and learn from that experience of rejection. Don't despise it. Rejection is normal, right? If you are not accepted to that journal, then you consider changing the type of journal. Okay. If previous don't suggest changes, send it out quickly to another journal. Okay, there are a lot of journals around, so you can choose. Rejection is not the end of the world. Take note of that. Okay. Next is yeah, no need about that. All right, I'd like to share this one. Some of the comments that you will receive. Okay, I can't give you all because of the time. Okay, this one. When the reviewer says your paper is overly ambitious, it gives you an idea that that your subject matter is quite broad. Okay, it seems that your paper tries to solve everything. Okay, it's overly ambitious. A great article is one that moves our understanding along. Okay, really, that's what we're trying to do. We try to explain something, even just a very small, in a small way. It can be incremental, meaning step by step. That's how knowledge is mobilized, right? In the long run. Okay, so avoid thinking of a research that can solve a big or a huge problem on Earth. You know what I mean? Okay. And again, of course, you follow the suggestions of the reviewers, and everything we do is, we say in word, is a work in progress. If your article is accepted, you still have to work with the editor to polish and tighten it. Of course, that takes time, right? If the reviewers say, okay, you review, revise, something like that, you need to take a deep breath, okay, and try to find a valuable suggestions for improvement. It's really challenging. Okay, you can put your article in a drawer, okay, and let the time pass. Okay, if still not published, don't say sorry. It means that that's a sign that the article is not ready yet, and don't give up. Okay, don't give up. Okay, next. Yeah. How can a beginner publish a paper in good journal? Of course, I told you that. Now, before I end my presentation, you know what? I do have a lot of things in my mind to share, but due to time constraints, okay, sorry folks. I would like to wrap up my discussion with this quote. There is no elevator to success. You have to take stairs. Meaning to say, there are no shortcuts to completing a task properly, right? So doing a quick job is not the answer. So you take a metaphorical stairs and work hard, and you will achieve success. All right. I hope you learned a lot of things today. And with that, thank you so much.
Thank you for your complete information.
All right, welcome everybody. Let me.
Thank you.
Baik Bapak Ibu semuanya, banyak sekali.
Oh my God! Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Wait a minute. Sorry. I just saw my friend Elise Moriante. Hey, Elise.
Hi, Ellen. Hi, Ed. Nice to see you here.
I didn't know that you're joining.
Yeah, you give me invitation. That's why I joined to see you.
Okay, thank you so
It's
much.
a long time not seeing you here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the invitation.
Of course, I'm not thanks Sari for that.
Okay. Thank you to both of you. Good place for reunion. Oke, Bapak Ibu semuanya, tadi banyak sekali yang sudah disampaikan oleh Edwin Auditor. Ya, salah satunya yang terpenting adalah kita harus mempublikasi hasil penelitian kita, ya. Di mana hasil penelitian ini sangat bermanfaat khususnya bagi halayak ramai. Perlu adanya publikasi untuk memperluas hasanah pengetahuan dan juga memperluas jaringan atau network. Dan yang perlu diingat bahwa kita harus tetap menjunjung tinggi integritas, ya, tetap menjadi seorang peneliti yang selalu jujur dalam mengambil data. Kenapa perlu melakukan penelitian? Ya, hasil penelitian ini bisa kita sharing kepada banyak orang, kemudian kita bisa menjadi peneliti yang dikenal oleh seluruh orang di dunia, kemudian kita bisa menambahkan ide ataupun saran kepada pemangku kebijakan di sektor pendidikan, memperluas karir, mempromosikan diri, serta mendapatkan kepuasan batin, ya. Dan juga melalui publikasi, saudara rekan mahasiswa juga dapat mendapatkan beasiswa ke luar negeri. Nah, yang harus diimprovisasi ketika kita menulis sebuah artikel adalah rasionalitas dari ide yang kita gagas, kemudian kebermanfaatan ide yang digagas, dan kualitas tulisan. Perlu dicek ulang bahasanya dan susunan dari gramatika bahasa atau grammar structure. Dan sebelum mensubmit artikel, pastikan kita sebagai seorang penulis sudah mengecek berbagai hal, di antaranya format dan template atau petunjuk teknis bagi seorang penulis, kemudian kita harus menandai error pada tata bahasa, dan harus memenuhi standar bahasa. Pastikan di sini saudara memahami siapa pembaca saudara atau audiens, pertajam bagian abstrak, perjelas bagian abstrak, ya, karena disinilah kesan pertama seorang reviewer saat dia membaca artikel saudara. Jadi pastikan abstrak membuat reviewer terkesan. Kemudian pilihlah jurnal yang tepat, kunjungi website, baik itu WOS, IC, kemudian Qualified Analysis website, kemudian Scopus Journal website, NCBI, dan seterusnya. Pilihlah jurnal yang tepat, Bapak Ibu. Apakah scope atau format yang sudah kita ikuti sudah sesuai dengan tepat? Pastikan cocok artikel kita dengan para pembaca. Mintalah peneliti senior atau mentor untuk mengecek kesesuaian ide dari artikel yang telah dibuat. Dan pastinya saudara harus mengecek terlebih dahulu impact factor dari jurnal yang ada. Pasti ada konsekuensi, ya. Kalau gagal atau ditolak, bangkit terus buat artikel, ya. Jangan patah arang. Dan saat menilai sebuah artikel, biasanya seorang reviewer selalu melihat 5 komponen utama, ya. Yang pertama yang dilihat adalah pertanyaan penelitian, kemudian objek penelitian, metodologi, hasil, dan adanya referensi yang update yang dipakai oleh si penulis. Secara umum, kita dapat mempedomani beberapa template ataupun ketentuan yang telah digariskan oleh jurnal tertentu. Ya, baik itu kita menggunakan API atau MRE, kita harus cergap, ya. Nah, harus sigap untuk melihat terlebih dahulu panduan-panduan tersebut sebelum kita memulai untuk menulis dan submit artikel. Selain itu juga, pastikan bahwa artikel yang dibuat tidak boleh membahas segala sesuatu yang terlalu luas, ya. Jadi jangan membuat artikel tersebut terlalu luas dan tidak tentu arah. Lebih baik, lebih terfokus, lebih praktikal, dan lebih terarah, yaitu yang disampaikan oleh narasumber kita pada siang hari ini. Silahkan Bapak Ibu untuk bertanya pada kolom chat atau nanti bisa menyampaikan secara langsung. Alright, Ed, there is some questions from audience. The first one we could see from chat room.
Okay, let me check. All right. Okay, hello. How to trick and tips that researchers have not been included in the international sphere can make a research collaboration to researchers who already has many international publication index articles. Okay. Okay, let me figure it out. Some tips can make a research. Right. I don't know if I got it right. Is the question something like, as a non-professional researcher would like to join in a group of experts, okay, research experts, are you asking how, okay, what is the best way to do it? Am I right?
Yes, that's it.
Am I right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Well, that's a very good question. Of course, there's always a beginning. Okay. Now, there's no shortcut to be acknowledged by some experts. Okay. Now, I think the best way to do is you work hard with your first publication. Okay, you work hard, meaning to say you have to ensure that your article will be published in a reputable journal. Okay, in that way, your colleague, meaning your same field colleagues, experts, would be able to recognize your work. If they think that your work is worthy, they won't hesitate to acknowledge your contribution. And with that, that would be the beginning that you'll be invited in their circles, meaning to say that's a good start, that they, you know, your presence in that field, in your specific area, will be acknowledged by your colleagues, and you will be invited to participate in conferences like that, or symposia, you know, different symposia. Okay, in that way, yeah, you will be recognized by a group of experts.
Terima kasih kepada Tribaldi yang sudah menyampaikan pertanyaan. Saran dari adalah yang pertama, kerja keras saat saudara publikasi untuk yang pertama kalinya. Jadi pastikan saudara meminta bantuan dari kolega untuk mengevaluasi artikel. Jadi
Also, if I may add, sorry, there's another way. Of course, most of the time, okay, these experts would be needing assistance. Okay, now if they are looking for somebody to be with them, okay, to work on a particular project, then you have to give your best shot. Okay, you write a letter that you're interested to work with them. Okay, of course you have to emphasize that you have the same passion, you have the same interest, that, you know, your participation could be a great, you know, contribution for the success of the team.
Tambahan sedikit tadi dari Ed, bahwa seandainya ekspert tersebut membutuhkan asisten dalam menyelesaikan penelitian, ya sangat bagus sekali, karena nanti kontribusi saudara sebagai asisten atau co-author dari penelitian yang dilakukan oleh ekspert tersebut akan sebanding, ya. Okay, Ed, thank you for explanation. Another question, so we have one question from Julius Helsa on chat box.
Okay, let me, is that in the chat box? Okay, wait. Okay, I think the previous one, right? From Ulis Helsa, is that right? Okay, let me read. The problem that I experienced in writing an article was that there was some data that had not been collected, even though this data is highly recommended to be written in the article. Can the researcher take the data even though where was I? Even though this data is highly recommended to be written in the article, can the researcher take the data even though the research has been completed? Okay. So meaning to say you have missed out some data. Okay. Well, you know what? This is one thing that I have learned, okay, in the field. You don't need to use all the data for one article, okay? You don't need to do that. Okay, you can take a portion of that, write an article, you focus on it, okay, as long as the data would help you to answer the question, your research question. All right. As a matter of fact, sometimes we collect data, okay, at one instant, all right, but we can use the data for 2 or more articles. Okay, now if you have missed out using the data, then of course you can think of another question that you can utilize the data that you have, or the data that are available already. Okay.
So it's mean that the data could be used by the researcher when he or she tried to write down an article more than one title, right? So in Yulis Helsa, in her case, should she add or do another data collection?
I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. I can't hear your voice that clear. It seems that, your microphone is not, capturing the entire message.
Okay, what about now?
All right, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Ed. So in Yulis Helsa case, should she add more data or continue to do the research, or what is your best suggestion for that?
It's not really that clear. Sorry about that. I'm just, I'm getting the message like, is it possible to use the data for another research, something like that? Sorry about that. Sorry.
Yes, in Yulis Helsa case.
Can you type it? Can you type it in the chat box?
Yeah, okay.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
I have one more question from Yulis Helsa.
I have question.
Oh, so many questions also from the audience. Okay, 2 more beautiful ladies. It's okay for you?
Okay.
Okay. Take your microphone, please. Thank you.
Okay, this one.
Hello, Ed. Okay, I have a question for you because I'm in the process of reviewing my article in one of the journal, International journal, and then the one thing that confusing me that the first reviewer asked me to add something, and then the another reviewer asked me to delete that part. So I just confused that one because I already passed the first reviewer process and then go through the second one. And what I have revised in my first version based on the comment from the reviewer, the first reviewer, and then go straight to the second one. And I already add something based on the comment from my first reviewer, but the second one asked me to delete that part. So both of them have different opinion. So what should I do then? But I just, what I did that, I just follow the second reviewer comments and then revise that my article and then send. I don't know what the result. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for, asking about that question, but, again, I couldn't get the entire message, but what I am, what I am figuring out is you get two differing feedback
Yes,
from,
that's
okay,
right.
differing feedback from the reviewers,
Yes,
right?
yes,
So two opposing feedback, is that what you meant?
yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what, I remember when I defended my thesis in the University of Auckland, where there are, the two panelists had two opposing views.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I asked my supervisor, what should I do? Which should, I follow? All
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Now the advice was that, okay, do what you think is better, and then you write an explanation why you have to do it. And then, you know what, my supervisor told me that, these reviewers who have differing opinions would talk each other.
Yes.
Okay, and they would like to have to come up with, a resolution. They have to come up with one view, because there's only one aim for everyone. Okay, for you to be able to, to be successful, right?
Yes.
And it happens many times. Okay, it happens many times, even in our university. But the moment that you can justify your choice, the moment that you can justify your responses, the panelists, the reviewers would talk, okay, and then come up with one comment later. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next, Atika. Yes, please.
I think there's one is
One
written.
more questions.
There's one written down, in the chat box. Okay,
Thank you
wait.
so much for the chance that given by Ibu Sari Dewi. I would like to ask to Mr. Ed Auditor. It's about the plagiarism. So how do we minimize our plagiarism? As I know that what I've done so far is like active sentence, and then I change it into passive sentence, and then add some new words, and then become my sentence. So, is there any suggestion from you to make my plagiarism in my article become more low or minimize the plagiarism? And then the second question is, what is the trick of how do our articles cited by many people? So how we attract people to citate our articles to make that our impact factor become higher? Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Atika. Okay, I'm trying to figure out the second question. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, let me respond to the first one. I think you were asking about how to avoid plagiarism. Is that right? Okay, in your article, you know what? Plagiarism is a very serious offense in research. Okay, especially nowadays that information can be found very quickly through internet, right? So the the publication journals provide some, some counter checking through, like, for example, using Turnitin. Okay, Turnitin is a platform that could, that can check how much you copied from somewhere else. Okay, now to avoid that, okay, it's very easy to say. It's very easy to say, but it's very difficult to do. Okay, one thing, know how to use proper citations. Okay, you acknowledge whatever idea that you got from somebody else. Okay, of course there are some ideas that are common, you don't need to cite that. Okay, I think your research teacher explained that very well, that not all not all statements are necessary to be cited, right? What I mean is that if you think you need to cite the source, don't hesitate to cite. Okay, of course there are different ways you can summarize the idea, you can paraphrase the idea, you can quote. Okay, direct quote. Okay, these are techniques for you to be able to develop your research. But again, as what I've said, it's very easy to to say that, but I myself is trying to perfect doing that, but of course it needs practice. Okay, yeah, the only key is you cite, you acknowledge the ideas of other people. Okay, that's that's I think the best way to do. Did I answer your first question, Atika? Okay, your second question, I'm very sorry about that, but I really miss out,
Second question is what is the trick? Can you could you give me some tricks that how we article make people interest to citate our article so our impact factor will become higher?
Okay. So correct me if I got it right. You are interested to, to get a higher impact factor. Okay. The only key is you choose the right journal. You choose the right journal. You publish in ISI, okay, or Scopus. Now this, especially Scopus has, has the highest, I think, I would say, readers, number of readers. So okay, that database has a wide array of participants or readers. So the only way to improve your impact factor is to get the attention of the readers, that your research is worthy to be to be cited, to be included in their research articles. Now the moment that you attracted other researchers, it's just natural. It's just natural that the impact factor of of the journal gets higher and higher. Okay, so in other words, don't publish an article that you think is just a replication. So you've got to be genuine. You've got to think of an original idea. That's the only way. Okay, if you just copied from somebody else, then your article would be useless. Of course, there are other people who would be citing that, but it's not the same as having an article that is considered original. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Jadi hindari plagiarism. Setelah lakukan uji turnitin, Tika bisa
Can I have the question to add, Bu Dewi?
menambahkan 3 trik, summary, quote, dan rephrase. Okay.
One more. Can I have a question to add, Bu Dewi?
Okay, yes, please.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, moderator, Bu Dewi. Ed, it's lovely to see you here. I have a question about publication. One of the problem that we gain for publication in Scopus journal is the predatory journals. And do you have recommendation, the good journal for relating to educational field that you have published, that you think that this is not a predatory journal and this is good for publication? probably in normal Philippine Normal University, is there if there is any Scopus journal or index with WAS, and maybe you can recommend us for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Cheche. All right, there are, there's a long list of journals available. Okay, of course, I am not yet ready to present that long list, but if you're interested, I can email you that, that list. Yeah, we have to avoid predatory journals. We have to avoid that. Now, one important thing that you can spot, of course, anybody can spot whether that journal is predatory is by, by looking at how it is written. All right, if you can find a number of errors, not only grammar, okay, you can find errors in organizations, then probably that journal is predatory. Okay, because a reliable journal should be most probably 99.9% free from errors when it comes to typographical errors, grammatical errors. I'm not yet including the content, the argument, okay, presented in that article. Okay, because when you read an article, it's very important that you check first how it is written. Okay, is it free from errors? If there are a couple of errors, then that's one, okay, red flag. That's a red flag. Second is it doesn't follow the standards of writing the elements of a journal, the ones that I told you earlier, right? And lastly, how the writer presented the argument. Okay, that's very important. Now, Cheche, yeah, we do have at Philippine Normal, we do have a journal, but it's it's indexed in an international, I forgot the name, but it's indexed internationally, especially in Asian. But I would say it's not yet, it's the impact factor is not that, it's not yet high because it has just started. But yeah, it's a good start. Meaning to say, your article, your submission, if you are going to submit an article, will have to pass through the process, okay, to check the things that I discussed. All right, now if you are interested to publish in a journal with a higher, with higher impact factor, then you have to look for that. You have to search, okay, names of journals that published with high impact factor. But there's a consequence. It takes time. Okay, it takes time before your journal gets published. When you aim to join in that high impact factor journal, okay, it takes time. Yeah. But no, it pays off. Okay, the moment that your journal gets acceptance. Okay, thank you for asking, Cheche.
Yeah, thank you, Ed, for the explanation. That is very
You're
useful.
welcome.
Yeah.
I hope that, okay, I hope that we can collaborate soon. We can, conduct some researches and write an article with high quality and get published in a very good journal.
I hope for the collaboration. I'm waiting for that.
Yeah. You know what? Wait a minute. Doing something like this, that's a good way to, that's a good way to expand the horizon in research. Okay, something like this. So thank you very much. Sorry. So I think I remember there's one question, how to enhance the horizon in terms of international research. Okay, this is one good way. Okay, collaboration, right? Networking, that's the right term, networking. All right.
Okay. Interesting topic to be discussed. Okay, thank you very much for your best contribution. Thank you for your time and best support to Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. Hopefully one day I could meet you again face-to-face meeting.
Yeah, sure. That would be interesting.
Okay, thank you for this collaboration. Baik Bapak Ibu, kita lanjutkan kembali. Saya kembalikan ke MC. Thank you, bye-bye.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone. Good
See
luck.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheche. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you so much for our both speaker, Assistant Professor Leslie Peters, PhD, and Assistant Professor Edwin Elster, PhD, and our moderator, Ibu Sari Dewi, MPD. So it's time for us to enjoy our lunch break. So we kindly invite you to the food stall to enjoy your lunch, and we proceed you to have a break, and we come back again in this program in 2 p.m. until 3 p.m. With the Associate Professor Kanoper Fitubong Panangkong from Philippines. So let's take a break. So I'm as your Master of Ceremony will break too. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kembali lagi jam 2 siang Bapak Ibu.
Hello. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Sally, can you hear me? Okay. Hello. It's okay, like the sound is okay, right?
Yeah. Please, the volume of your speaker.
The volume?
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second session of this sharing knowledge and experience from the expert. The second session will be moderated by Ms. Sari Temu. Ms. Sari Temu, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your coming in the second session this afternoon. I would like to introduce our invited speakers. That is Assistant Professor Kanapong Pibul Patanawong, PhD from Srinagariniroth University, Thailand. Professor Kanapong Pibul Patanawong is currently the Director of Master's Degree and Doctoral Degree in Special Educations at Faculty of Education, Srinagariniroth University, Bangkok, Thailand. She is also Assistant Dean of International Relations and Communications for the faculty. She already completed her PhD in Education from Faculty of Education and Social Work, University of Sydney. Prior to her PhD study, Kanapong was Project Officer of UNICEF Thailand Country Office, working on educational projects in the 6 Sanamia province. Her research interests currently include reading development in Thai language, autism, inclusive education, and children literature. She also writes stories for picture books, 5 which have published. The first book, Why 11 Are Afraid of Me, was the most famous one. Well, I would like to invite her in the sessions. Dear Assistant Professor Kanapong Pibul Patanawong,
yes,
PhD, time is yours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Sally. Sally is a very dear friend of mine, and thank you very much for the introduction. It's wonderful to be here today, even it is online. You know, I used to have this opportunity to go to Padang almost every year, right, for like a couple of years, because my friend here, Sally, was kind enough to invite me there, and hopefully, you know, after the COVID situation, I will get to be there again. And today I'm here to share my experiences on conducting international research projects and publishing in internationally indexed journal. So I have put together some tips here for you based on my experiences and on, you know, conducting my own research and on working with my doctoral student and some teachers. And I hope that some of them will be helpful to you. I think some of you have met me already, but here I still would like to show you the picture of my Faculty of Education, which is this building, and it's in Central Business District of Bangkok. And we have 3 demonstration schools. And the schools are for students, the education student to do their practicums. And hopefully, as some of you, especially Sally, will get to come and visit me one day, right? Okay. You know, a couple of years ago, I went to this meeting, and during the meeting, I was told that this is the future trend of academia in Thailand, which is that to doctoral theses, lecturer need to have at least 3 papers within 5 years published in the English language, and also in the journals that index in internationally recognized database. So basically, this means that in the past, we used to write in Thai language, and then we get published in Thai journals, and it was okay then. But now, for us to grow professionally as an academic, as a university lecturer, we need to start thinking about publishing in an international journal. So, you know, the second half of this talk, I think I will have an opportunity to talk with you, right? And during the Q&A session, maybe we can talk a little bit more about the situation for academics in Indonesia. What is it like there? And what do you think about the statement? You know, if one day you are required, or maybe now, even now you are required to have your papers published in the English language and in the international journal. But more importantly, are you prepared for that? And this is a very important question. One thing I find that there is a similarity between Indonesia and Thailand is that we have our own language. And in Thailand here, our official language is the Thai language. And you can see here that we have, you know, our Thai script. This one says Swaddi, meaning hello. This one say Khop Kun, meaning thank you. And then we have Thai letters. We have 44 letters and 32 vowels. And we are very proud of that. We have, like, you know, our Thai scripts. But then also, you know, this can also be a barrier to getting published internationally, because we have to learn a foreign language. At least we need to learn the English language and be fluent enough to write, and then, you know, to adequately present our idea, make our idea understood. And then, so if we have that adequate foreign language skill, it is more likely for us to get published. But this is not the simple problem. And sometimes, you know, as we all know, it takes time to learn a language, and it's something that we have to look back even to primary school. You know, how we taught young children, how we teach primary school, secondary school children to learn a foreign language, so that when they get to, you know, the bachelor degree, and then when they get to the graduate school, they have that language, like, ability readily available, you know, to express themselves. So this is quite an important issue. But one of the language is one issue that we think about, but it's not the it is not the only issue. You know, I was talking to my friend here. She's assistant dean of research, and I'm an assistant dean of international relations, and we need to gather like to get the number of journals here in our faculty to increase the number of paper published in the English language, and you know and then those papers need to be indexed in a widely accepted like international databases. So we were talking and we found that, you know, language is not the only problem, because if the language is a problem, then we can set aside a certain amount of budget. And then when our colleagues here finish their paper like nicely in Thai language, we can just give them a budget and then they can have their paper translated. And then the problem will be solved. But that is not the case. Even, you know, their papers are perfectly written in the English language. Some of those papers are not accepted to be published in an international journal. So it's not just about language, it's also about changing the mindset. And we will talk more about that later. But at the very least, now it's time to start thinking internationally to have a global mindset and to, for example, to understand that, you know, other people may not readily or automatically understand what you can automatically understand. And also, you know, the other way around as well. Sometimes you may not understand what other people can automatically understand. Okay. Here is the list of international databases accepted by Bureau of Personal Administration and Development, Thailand. So you can see, you know, ELIC, PubMed. PubMed is very science and medical based, and then Scopus and Web of Science. And I show you here this list here because as a Thai academic, when you want to get a higher position, and so you need to have a certain number of academic works, and then you apply. And these are the you can submit works done in Thai language and published in Thai journal at the moment. But if you choose to submit the paper that are indexed in international databases, these are the databases that are accepted by the Thai government. So when you are thinking about, you know, starting international research collaboration, it's a good idea to be aware of this. Like, I think it will be helpful if you can find a common database that will benefit all parties. Let's say, like, if you want to approach a Thai academy and ask, you know, I'm interested in this topic, would you like to participate in my project? And then you say that, you know, I'm looking at publishing in this journal, and this is indexed in ERIC as Scopus, and that increases the chance of you to get the collaboration started, because in the end it will benefit both of you. Okay. Okay. So as I said, I have put together some tips, and I hope that some of them will be helpful to you. one of my job here and my faculty is to provide consultation to other lecturer in getting published internationally, and then so a few of them came to me having their papers like written in the Thai language, and then they said I'm gonna send it for translation, and then can you recommend what journal I should send my paper to? Can you help me with can you help me select a journal? And this is one way to do it, and you can be successful in so doing. But for me, I think sometimes it is a good idea to do it the other way around, which is when you are designing your research project. Since the beginning, when you are writing up your research proposal to apply for funding, you start thinking about what journals you would like to have your paper published in. So, for example, here is the Scopus database, and you're thinking, I would like my paper to publish. I want to get my paper published, and in the end, I would like it to be indexed in Scopus. So, it is a good idea if you log on to the Scopus database, and then as I myself a lecturer in special education, I work with children with disability. So I put in a keyword here, disability. And here there is a list of possible journals that that you might, that a list of possible journals that you can choose from. So you can try other keywords as well. For myself, I might put in the word autism, reading, something that is relevant to you. And then this gives you a list of a possible journal to start with. Okay. Here, sometimes you can sometimes you can also check the websites of the journal. But then this one here is say that it's indexed in TCI, which is a Thai database, and it's in the first tier, so it's good in Thailand, and it's indexed in Scopus. And the information here is perfectly correct for this journal. And yes, this journal is actually indexed in Scopus. But the best way to be sure is that to check in the Scopus database itself, type in the name of the journal, and then you can be absolutely sure. And then be sure to check the date and the years as well. Sometimes a journal was indexed in the past, a couple of years ago, but the index doesn't continue to the present. So that's something that you need to check as well, that the journal is there and the index is continued to the present. Okay. I have put up this link here, and I think it can be helpful to you. It is a list of Thai journals that index in Scopus. Some of them are as competitive and as challenging as journals in any other country, but there are a few that it can be easier. So I think it worth looking into. And also, when you start, also one of the best times to start thinking about what journal you would like your paper to be published in is when you do the literature review. when you write a proposal for funding, you need to do the literature review anyway. And then during the process, you might come across a list of possible journals. And sometimes there might be a few that are highly relevant to your research topic. And in so doing, it helps solve a lot of problems. Like you have already, the literature, the literature already. You have a number of research studies already, and that can be helpful in designing your research project. So, after you have, come up with a list of possible journals that you would like to publish your paper in. So, is this a good idea to check the journal's website, read the aims and the scope, the author guideline, the quartiles or the ranking of the journal, and and even the financial costs that can occur. For example, you can look at this journal here. It is based in Thailand, and you can see that the scope of this paper is in education, language, and social science. So this one is highly relevant to a field of my studies. And then also you can look at the ranking, the quartile, and quartile 4 is acceptable in Thailand as long as it's in Scopus. It is indexed in Scopus. The quartile 1 is the highest, but here at my university, we are just at the stage that as long as it's indexed in Scopus, it is acceptable. So, and also you might also want to look at the author guideline, because I was writing one paper, and then I went into the website of the journal, and I checked the author guideline, and I find that some of the journal have very specific headings, like it needs to start with the introduction, level, methodology, and then like research tool, research sample, and then and I find that there is one of my studies that does not fit with the headings of the journal. So to know about that in advance, it helps you prepare whether you would like to adjust your research design a bit, or whether you want to change your perception, or whether you would like to look for a different journal. So this gives you some idea and help you to be very prepared for when you have already finished your research and then you want to publish your paper. Also, you might would like to look at the financial cost that can occur. Sometimes here in Thailand, we some grants allow us to put in an item like translation, and then you can put the amount of money, right? So you can actually put the translation cost into the research proposal, but that needs to be done in advance when you are writing the research proposal. And also you need to be aware that as a non-native speaker, English speaker, just as myself, you may be asked to send your paper for editing by a native speaker. Even your papers have been accepted They say, we accept your paper, but please send it to editing by a native speaker. That can happen. And there was one time that I need to show the qualification of the editor that he or she is from, he or she is a native English speaker and have met certain, qualification. So that's also cause, that also can, then there's financial cost that you have to cover, and that is something that you need to think about in advance. But luckily, if you work in a university, it's likely that you are able to ask for financial support from your organization, because when you get your paper published, it's also, your paper get included in the quality assurance of quality standard of the university as well. So it's likely that you will get financial support. But again, this is something that needs to be thought of in advance, like at the beginning when you are designing, writing up your proposal, or just like 3 or 4 months, at least 3 or 4 months before you want to submit your paper for publication. And here I put in the word quartiles, or the ranking of the journal here. So after that, you go into the databases that you would like your paper to be indexed in. And you check at the websites of each journal, and then you choose 3 or 4 potential journals that you would like to have your paper published in. Why 3 to 4? Why not just 1? Okay. When you choose journals, you need to choose 3 or 4, and they should come from different quartiles, different ranking, different level of ranking. And usually we will go to the highest ranking one first, the most challenging one. And then if that doesn't work, then we send it to a different one. Okay, but it can take some time, so you need to be aware of the time that you have as well. Sometimes you need to get published within 6 months so that you can apply for promotion, within this year, and then so that's what you need to think about as well. Okay. And to sum up this, the selection process, I would like to say that you're the best person to choose appropriate journal for yourself. So you have to be a little brave and to make the decision, because you are the only person. You are the person who knows best about your research studies. You know its strengths, you know its weaknesses, and also you know the amount of time that you have. You know about your ability to express your ideas in the written language. So in the end, you have to be brave and then just make a decision. And if it doesn't work, then you submit it to a different journal. So after you have like possible journals in mind, and then you write up, now you try to write up your research proposal. So now we are talking about how I'm now gonna move on to some tips that may help you in designing your research projects. One thing that it is important to make sure of is that you need to have the most up-to-date knowledge on the topic of your research study. You know, you do not want to spend a year on your research study, having collected data, and then find out that there is a similar study having been published 3 years ago. Okay, that's something that should be avoided. So before you decide your research study, you need to make a thorough literature search. And then the research paper that you look for, that you search, when you want to cite research study in your paper, it is important that your citation and references are recent. Like here in my doctoral degree program, we set it to like not older than 10 years, unless you are talking about historical of some history of something. So then you are allowed to cite older research papers or older document. So make sure that your research citations are recent. And one thing that will be helpful is that in the end, you need to be able to name the databases that you use in writing up your literature review. You need to be able to name the databases that you use, the keywords that you use. And then when you enter the keywords in the databases, you may come up with, like 200 studies. Then you need to explain how you select the study to be included in your paper. What is the selection, like inclusion criteria? And what is the exclusion criteria? Okay, for example, you can say that, I have found 200 studies, but I'm going to include only experimental research studies only. You can also say that, I'm going to include only peer-reviewed papers only in your literature review. Because now you need to have the most up-to-date knowledge on the topic, because now you're thinking about advancing the knowledge of your field of study at the international level. You need to know the knowledge that is there internationally, globally, and then you need to add on to it. So you need to, be able to catch up with the trend. Okay. Here's one of the example. It comes from one of my research paper, and I chose this study because it's quite simple. So I put in the database here. See, so like I use Eric database. Actually, I use more than that. I think I use Eric, Scopus, and in the end, so the database that I used, and then the keywords that I used, which were children's literature and disability or special needs. And you can see that I also specified the time that the papers are published, were published. So from 2000 to 2019. And then, with that criteria, I found 138 journal articles. However, only one of them is an experimental study. So when you do that, you name the database that you use, you name the keyword that you use, and you name the years that the papers are published, and then the number of articles that you found, and the inclusion criteria and the exclusion criteria. It reduces bias. It shows that you include all the studies that meet the criteria. You did not only choose the study that support your ideas and practices. You include all of them based on certain criteria. And this helps, like it makes your paper more objective. And you know, in reducing bias, it makes your paper stronger. So now that you know you have caught up with the trend, you know what is there around the internationally, then you can think of a new way, like our way to make new contribution, you know, to adding on to what is already there. So you can do that by filling in the gap, meaning you're gonna do something. You're gonna do something that has not been done before. You already know what is there, so you're gonna do something that has not been done before. Or you may want to do something that has been done before, but you are using a better research design. So that you're gonna use a better, like you're gonna use do a control study with, you know, a study with control group with a, you know, a more sensitive research assessment tool, for example. So also be aware that on some occasion there are already research evidences on the topic that you would like to investigate. Sometimes, you know, like my PhD student, my doctoral student came to me and then they said, you know, I would like to do this. I want to use this technique. I would like to use this program for my PhD. And then I need to tell them that, you know, there have been adequate research evidences already that the methods work. You do not need to do that anymore. But if you really want to, you really need to, you know, be creative, and you really need to be able to, you know, demonstrate that you make new contribution in some way. So now we are thinking about, like, you know, making contribution in an international level, doing something that has not been done before. It is a good idea. It is helpful when you want to publish in an international journal that you think about international collaboration. So when you are designing a research study, you know, you design your own research study and you develop your own assessment tools, and then, you know, there is someone else in a different country who are doing a similar topic, and then he or she also, you know, like develop his or her own research design, research, and then assessment tools, and which are good, which are good, but then the two studies cannot be compared because they are different in terms of the research methodologies and in terms of, you know, the assessment tools. So international research collaboration can serve the purpose. You know, you work with international colleagues in several countries and you come up, you know, you work together and make an agreement, and you use the same research design, research procedure, and then the same assessment tool. And then in the end, the results can be compared across countries. So that's why international research collaboration is important in some way, and then it can be helpful when you want to publish your paper in an international journal. But to have your paper to work together with international researchers and to conduct international research study, they need to be done with understanding of different socio-cultural contexts. And here I would like to share a little bit about my own experience. And when you work with colleagues from a different country, there was a project that my colleague asked me to take part in, which is a questionnaire about children with Asperger syndrome. And Asperger syndrome is a syndrome which is quite similar to autism, but there are some differences. But the thing is, the term Asperger, then a few years ago, they were not often used in Thailand. So if we send in a questionnaire to teacher using the word Asperger, Thai teacher may not understand what it means. And without the understanding, then they cannot respond to the questionnaire. So, and we actually have to talk to each other about what term we're going to use, whether we're going to use Asperger, whether we're going to use autism, and whether we need to put in explanation so the teacher knows what exactly we mean. So that's one thing you need to think about, the term, the context, the socio, the cultural context of each country when you want to do across countries research. And there was also one time that I was interviewing teachers, again, a teacher of students with autism. And in Thai language, when we speak casually, the third person pronoun in Thai language, when we speak casually, it doesn't indicate gender, not like in the English language. So the teacher used the word khao. Khao can mean a he or a she. And I was doing the interview and I didn't think much. I thought, okay, khao, I mean a student. And then when I sat down and I was transcribing and translating the interview into the English language, and then I did not know whether the student was a he or she. But more importantly, I did not know whether genders of the student influence the perception of the teachers. And that's something that I totally missed when I was doing the interview. And when the issue only came up to me while I was doing the translation into the English language. So there are things that you need to think about. You need to think about, the language issue, the translation issue, and I think it's quite interesting. Even I have made some mistake. I think it's a good opportunity. It was a good learning opportunity, and I think it was a good experience to me, and it helped me, to think more carefully and more, thinking more in terms about the different languages, different contexts, different cultures, and it was very helpful. And here is a couple of lists of grants that can be helpful. I think I actually applied to this one. We got shortlisted. We got shortlisted, but we didn't get it in the end. But we actually got this one. Australian Asian Council, but at the time it was Australia, Thailand Institute. So you can try a couple of, international grants. And also sometimes what we do here is that I apply for my own research grant to collect the data in my own country. And my colleague in other country apply for his or her own grant in their own country, and they collect the data in their country, and then we put together the data. There was one time that I only was a small part of the project. It's a project of our Faculty of Education, and I was only a small part of it. We were able to get grants from the Thai government, and then that support us in, collecting data in many ASEAN countries. So we were the host, and we were the one, who got the grant and bringing people to participate. But I was only a small part of that project. But in the end, I would like to say that, your research design and your research question, your research hypothesis are more important than the amount of funding you receive. So originality is the key to international publication. It is helpful if you get, a big sum, a big amount of funding. It is great, but if not, you can still get your paper published internationally. Funding is not the only thing. So I'm only here to show you. I would like to talk about my background with my dear friend Sally has told you a bit about already. Because my background, like I was a special education teacher, and I am a children's book writer, and these are the books that I wrote. So to me, I'm not someone who is comfortable with complicated research design. I'm not that comfortable with big statistics, and I'm not comfortable with that kind of research where you collect, you have a large research team and you go collect data, throughout the countries. So I'm more familiar and more comfortable with a small research project that I can do quietly on my own. For example, like this one, I went out talking to students. I was asking them about hypothetical friends with reading difficulty. I went out talking to a number of them, boys, girls, and then from the data that I got, I came back, and then I wrote a number of short stories addressing the misunderstanding about children with reading about children with reading difficulty. So you can see that and in the end I got 2 papers published from this study, one nationally, like the other one internationally, and it is indexed in Scopus. Even it's a small research, and then even it's a small research project that I quietly do by myself using simple statistics. And then, if you are able to, look into yourself and find your own strength, and you understand your own weaknesses, and then you create something with originality, there are opportunities for you to have your paper published in a good journal, in an international journal that index in internationally accepted databases. So also the next tip. I think it can be helpful, if you think about the concept of evidence-based practice. As a special education teacher, whatever we do, whether like what instructional techniques or what program we use with our children, with our students with special needs, we have to be, very careful. We need to choose the techniques or the programs that work, because it can be challenging for some children with disability to learn certain skills. It can take time. So we don't want to waste that time doing something that doesn't work. But how do we know if a technique or if a program works? So the techniques, the programs that we choose need to have supporting evidences that they work. And evidences here, I meant specifically research evidence. But also it's not just any research evidence. It has to be quality research studies. So those studies need to meet certain criteria of a good research study. Okay. And then, like Council for Exceptional, so student has developed this standards of evidence-based practices in special education. And the guideline tell you, like, how to evaluate whether a study it meet a standard, whether it is a competent, a strong research study. So here, like for example, it talk about whether the study explain the context or the setting very well, whether it explain the participant clearly, who is the one using the instructional technique, who is the one who is using the program. Does the person have the qualification, the training? And then you need to describe the practice, the program, the technique very carefully. And also it talks about fidelity. You need to show that, you collect the data honestly, you make sure that the data is collected in the way that it is supposed to. And your data needs to have eternal validity, meaning that you need to control certain variable, but you need to be sure that your program and your technique actually influence the result, and it is not the result of other variable. It is only it is actually the program, the technique that influence the result. So you need to control other variable, and they also talk about the measures that you use, that it has to have certain quality, and you need to use appropriate data analysis. So basically, it means you need to think about like that your research design, and you also your explanation. How you write up your research study. You need to show that your study meets certain standard of quality research. And when your research studies meet the standard, it is likely to get included when other people are doing literature review that I was talking about inclusion or exclusion criteria. Then if your study meet certain standard, it's likely that your paper get included and get cited. And that is something that the journal is looking for, a paper that is likely to be cited and not forgotten. So this increases the chance for your paper to to be, accepted in an international journal. But you do not need to use this as standard, of evidence-based practices in special education, especially if you are from a different field of study. But you please just, be sure that your study meets certain standard in the field of your study. Okay. And also, I think it's a good idea if when I talk about, adding on the new knowledge, making new contribution, working internationally. Sometimes it is also a good idea that you look deep into yourself and your own culture, because there are people in the world who want to know about it. You can also do that by, learning about yourself and bringing your knowledge, local knowledge and national knowledge to the world. And this one, for example, is a book chapter that I wrote, and it's indexed in Scopus. It's about Buddhism and how Buddhism influenced social inclusion of children with autism. So, and there are people who in the world who would like to know more about you, and I'm one of them. And that is one way that you come up with a topic that people are interested in. And yeah, there is also like an opportunity for you, to have your paper published in an international journal. So you have, developed your research proposal, you went out, you collected the data. Now it's time to write your paper. I have this wonderful opportunity to review a few papers written by people by people from different countries. So as a reviewer of a journal, I think one thing that I often commented is that you need to explain your context to the audience. Sometimes there was nothing wrong with the paper. It's just they talk about their educational system and their language, and I put it in the comment that as an international leader, I do not understand the context, the school system, the complexity of your language, and you would like to explain it in more detail. So be sure to explain context to the audience, because they may not know or they may not understand, and then they will ask you about it later on. And I think it is very important to write very clearly. My PhD students often make this mistake. They often think that, in writing up a paper, in being at least a PhD student, they need to use complicated language. They need to use long sentences and long paragraphs, and which is so totally not true. The most important thing is that you make your paper easy to read. As if an easier word works just as well, if an easier word is as effective as a big word, then you can just use easier word and use short, simple sentence. And you need to be aware, like you need to know what you mean. You need to know every single word that you use, what it means, every phrase, every sentence, because reviewers need to understand that as well. Reviewer needs to understand every word that you write. They may ask, what does this word mean? What does this phrase mean? What does this sentence mean? And you need to be able to explain that. And one of the things that I would like to share with you is the translation issue. If you write and you want to in your own language and you want it to be translated in by someone else, when translating Thai language into English, the number of words is likely to be reduced. For example, my colleague here sent in an essay, like 4,000 words essay to be translated into the English language. So in the end, when the translation is back, the number of words in English language is reduced to 3,300. So for 4,000 words in the English language, it is reduced to 3,300 words in the Thai language. So that's something that you need to be thinking about and be very clear of what you mean. If the translator need to interpret what you mean, the translator may not interpret it correctly. So be very clear and provide technical terms to the translator. If there are specific words that you would like the translator to use, give the word to the translator. I myself prefer to use the word children with autism instead of autistic children. Both of them are grammatically correct, but I just prefer the term children with autism. So that's what I gave to the translator. And otherwise, you have to you need to look at your paper and change 20 words, change that term 20 times, and that, that's quite complicated. So in the end, I think this is my final tip. Well, it is important that you set aside plenty of time for editing. Follow the author's guideline carefully. There was one time that I made this funny mistake with this parenthesis here. Thai parenthesis and US or British parenthesis look exactly the same, but I was typing into language sometimes I use my computer can type into two languages. So sometimes I use Thai parenthesis and sometimes I use the US parenthesis. And in the end, I was told that, your parenthesis turned into a square when you know it. So that I have to slowly come back and, change all the parentheses that I use. And it took a lot of time and it was very funny. So be aware that sometimes you need to revise your paper a few times. As a reviewer, I once gave this paper and accepted with major revision. So a few weeks later, the editor sent it back to me and to ask me if it's okay. So I gave that paper accepted with minor revision. And then a few weeks later, the editor sent it back to me again to check whether it's okay. And then I said, okay, accept that, but please send it to have it edited by the professional because there are mistakes that are there, some referencing and some citation. So it can take times, and it's completely normal. And if you need to go through the process, it means that they see something in you. They are interested in publishing their paper and they would like to support you. It doesn't mean that they want to make things difficult. It means that they would like to work with you and to make it better. And again, in the end, you might need professional editing. Even even you are a native speaker, you might also need editing from a professional. So it will take time. So be prepared for that as well. So I think this is the end of my presentation. So good luck to you and thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, then you can ask me and we can we can discuss about whatever you would like to.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to make a summary in bahasa Indonesia. Wait a minute. Baik, Bapak Ibu semuanya, terima kasih sudah bergabung pada siang hari ini bersama narasumber kita dari Thailand, asisten profesor Kanopon People pada Kanopon, PhD, dan baru saja beliau menceritakan kepada kita bahwa tren di Thailand itu ada dua. Yang pertama tren belajar bahasa asing, ya, tidak hanya bahasa Inggris tapi juga bahasa asing lainnya, dan juga bagaimana mempublikasikan hasil penelitian di jurnal-jurnal ternama, ya, yang tentu memiliki impact factor yang sangat perlu, ya, kita pertimbangkan kembali sebelum kita submit sebuah artikel. Nah, oleh karena itu kita harus berpikir secara global, ya, bahwa kita tidak hanya dihadapkan pada sumber bacaan lokal, namun juga kita harus membaca beberapa artikel internasional yang kita bisa dapatkan dari international database seperti ERIC, Math of Science, PubMed, Scopus, ya, Web of Science dan lain sebagainya. Nah, ada 12 strategi agar kita bisa mempublikasi artikel pada jurnal internasional. Yang pertama, pilihlah jurnal mana yang akan saudara tuju, ya, di awal sebelum mulai submit ataupun publish. Jadi kita harus pastikan bahwa kita bisa memilih jurnal yang tepat dengan sesuai dengan research interest kita, dan tentu nanti arahnya adalah publikasi secara internasional. Yang kedua, tinjau ulang beberapa referensi. Jadi sumber bacaan usahakan itu harus up to date pada saat proses analisis, khususnya di bagian kajian teori. Ya, jadi kita harus membaca kembali hasil riset-riset kekinian supaya bisa updating dan upgrading. Yang ketiga yaitu kita harus lebih teliti terhadap scope, tujuan kita membuat suatu artikel, kemudian kita harus perhatikan apa saja guidelines authors, ya, yang harus kita pedomani, jurnal template, dan juga bahkan akan ada biaya atau administrasi yang kita perlukan selama proses publikasi, terutama dalam menterjemah atau alih bahasa, karena para penulis yang bukan non-native speaker atau non-native speaker ini membutuhkan pakar bahasa, ya, yang tentunya harus dibayar secara profesional. Berikutnya yang keempat, pilihlah jurnal dari penerbit yang berbeda. Pilihlah jurnal dengan impact factor yang tertinggi terlebih dahulu supaya kita dapat pengalaman. Jadi jangan sosor jurnal dengan Q6, tapi coba sosor yang Q1. Itu ya saran dari beliau tadi, ya. Oke, bagus sekali. Yang kelima, pilihlah penelitian, ya, yang dimana penelitian itu penelitian yang hasilnya itu ada kebaharuan, ya. Nah, ini yang disasar oleh jurnal internasional. Jadi ada nilai plus kebaharuan dari penelitian yang dilakukan. Yang keenam, apa sih kontribusi kita, ya, di level internasional? Apakah kita sudah mengkaji tren penelitian internasional saat ini? Apakah gap yang terjadi itu sudah kita ketahui? Apakah kita sudah mendesain penelitian yang baik? Nah, ini perlu kaji ulang, ya. Jadi kita tidak boleh tertinggal dari tren yang ada, tren internasional, ya, tren penelitian internasional tentunya. Kemudian pikirkan untuk melakukan international collaboration, ya, pada saran beliau yang berikutnya yaitu lakukanlah kolaborasi perbandingan antar negara, kemudian dapat ditinjau dari socio-cultural context. Nah, dalam hal ini tentu di masing-masing negara akan memiliki term yang berbeda, akan ada perbedaan bahasa, akan ada proses alih bahasa atau terjemah yang berbeda, ya. Nah, ini menarik, hal-hal yang sangat menarik. Oke, yang nomor 7 yaitu karena beliau ini basisnya adalah pendidikan khusus ya, khusus anak yang memiliki disabilities. Jadi passion beliau itu lebih kepada pendidikan, kalau di kita namanya itu PLB, pendidikan luar biasa. Nah, di mana bidang kajian beliau ini lebih kepada evidence based practice ya, evidence based practice, di mana di situ kita perlu menelaah kembali desain, kualitas, kuantitas, dan efek size dari penelitian. Yang kedelapan, bawalah pengetahuan lokal nasional ke dunia. Nah, ini maksudnya jadi kalau kita punya keunikan ya dari socio-cultural konteks ya, itu bisa kita bawa sebagai penelitian internasional ya. Yang kesembilan, jelaskan konteks studi Anda kepada audiens ya, baik itu mengenai school system, bahasa, kemudian budaya. Ke-10, tulislah dengan jelas, pastikan artikel yang saudara buat itu mudah dibaca, tidak berbelit-belit, mudah dipahami oleh reviewer ya. Jadi buatlah kesan yang bagus ke reviewer. Semakin kita menulis dengan jelas, dengan pemaparan yang mudah dipahami, semakin mempermudah reviewer untuk memahami apa yang saudara tulis. Ke-11, saat proses translation, saat proses menerjemah atau alih bahasa, ya kita akan dihadapkan pada kosakata, pemilihan kosakata yang berbeda, akan dihadapkan pada situasi di mana kita menulis umpamanya dalam bahasa ibu kita itu, bahasa Indonesia, bisa jadi 5.000 kata. Nanti kalau setelah diterjemahkan akan menjadi 2.000 atau 3.000 kata ya. Nah, oleh karena itu kita harus well prepare ya, harus be ready. Oke, yang terakhir, luangkan waktu untuk editing. Nah, semakin kita mengikuti guideline, semakin semakin bagus, kemudian proses editing kita pun akan semakin lebih profesional. Oke, that's all a little bit summary in bahasa Indonesia. I do hope that you have so many questions. Like we could see chat inbox. Okay, questions from Dea Stephanie for you.
So, what are the difficulties for publishing article in free reputed international journal? Well, I think that not only free journal. I think there are many free journal articles that are very good and very competitive. I think it doesn't whether it's free or not is not an issue. Actually, whether sometimes even it's not free, it is just as complicated and even as challenging. So there are many good free ones that are not too difficult, and you also can look at the link that I provide to you. There are a couple of journal based in Thailand that will publish a paper for free, and it's challenging, but it's not too challenging, and it's not because I think the cost is not the issue here, whether the difficulty doesn't correspond to whether it is free or not. Sometimes both there, even you pay for it, it still can be difficult, and sometimes when you don't pay for it, it can even be easier. But when you think about publishing in an internationally indexed database, then you need to think about moving up to the next level, and everything have to be done very carefully. And here's one thing that I would like to show you. It's a comment that I received from one of my research paper. And I hope that it will be helpful to you. I would like to show it to you just because I would like you to see the details. This is what I got after, it's not about the content as all. The paper has already been accepted. And this one is in the first quartile. It's in the Scopus and it's in the first quartile of, the site is the SciMarco database. And here is what I got, the parenthesis comment. See, 2.5 pages of comment only on editing the paper. And, whether I double space, make sure everything is double spaced with consistency. The volume number should be italicized, and then all the statistic detail, the statistic symbol should be italicized. So it's very detailed. And that's why I tell you that you may need a professional. Even sometimes you may ask you to do the professional editing. You need to look at things in details, like the word that you use. They look at every single word that you use, whether it's grammatically correct. They look at whether you italize the symbol, and so they'll also look at the parentheses that you use. So so it's about being very detailed. You are approaching perfection. If you are aiming for the first quartile of a journal that published in Scopus, then that's what you need to be thinking about. And sometimes you need to pay. Sometimes you're lucky that some journals do not charge you, but still this is the work that needs to be done. This is very detailed. If you want to publish in the first quartile journal. Yes, and also if you would like to do a research collaboration with other country, I don't think there are a specific rules. One rules that I think is important that you need to get an ethic approval. I believe that that there is one there in Indonesia, right? You have to apply for ethic approval. In Thailand here, the ethic approval can be anywhere. Like if I work with Sally can be the one applying for the ethic approval, or I can be the one applying for ethic approval. But it also depends from different country. Like in Thailand, we allow that to be as long as one person get the ethic approval, then it's okay. But you would like to check with the journal, like whether all of you in different country need to get your own ethic approval. It's very important. And as a reviewer, I have actually asked someone whether what did you get the research approval for that? And when you apply for the research, the ethic approval, did you actually say that you were going to do that? Because I doubted something. And then that if a reviewer asks you that, then you need to be very prepared. If you need to be able to show the evidence. And we can just here in Thailand, just only Thai journal here, we can reject a paper just because it doesn't have the ethic approval, or it doesn't, the research design doesn't conform to what they write up in when they ask for the approval. They didn't follow that strictly, and we can just reject a paper based on that. I think that's one main thing that I can think of. But the rest is that it also depends on each journal that you need to check with the website. And then Yes, we should do the collaboration first away. To me, I believe that things need to be planned in advance. If you would like to have your paper published in this journal, then plan in advance, approach your international partner in advance, decide them together. Otherwise, issue and can occur just as I have share with you before. Like if you have come up collected some part of the data and then your questionnaire doesn't work well in other countries, the term is not used in other country, then you have to make adjustment. Then so it is a good idea to think about the collaboration in advance, work together, decide the research protocols together, develop assessment tool together. Sometimes I did this translation back and forth. If you have when I design a questionnaire, sometimes I do it like with one version in the English language and one version in Thai language at the same time, and I can adjust the meaning of both versions at the same time, and it's more flexible that way. So that exactly like two list of questions or two questionnaire are almost the same. If I write a questionnaire up in Thai language, then later I get it's translated. Sometimes I cannot find the words that mean the same thing. So it's a good idea to start the collaboration in advance, decide your research project together, and share the assessment tools. See whether they work well across country. This is very important. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your feedback, Blake. Baik, dari pertanyaan dia tadi ada dua, reply beliau sebagai berikut. Yang pertama, kita harus melihat dulu International Database Journal. Apakah jurnal yang akan kita tuju itu dan tentunya harus sebidang dengan bidang keahlian atau research interest dari kita sendiri ya sebagai seorang peneliti dan sekaligus penulis. Nah, hal yang menjadi kendala berikutnya itu selain mempertimbangkan 5 faktor adalah hal-hal teknis yang harus dipedomani oleh si penulis. Ya, terkadang si penulis pun lalai ke hal-hal teknis yang sangat sederhana ya seperti kata penghubung ya, titik koma dan lain sebagainya. Nah, reply beliau terhadap pertanyaan dia yang kedua yaitu jika melakukan penelitian kolaborasi tentu kita harus join dulu ya, join research collaboration. Nah, antar negara yang berbeda tentunya ya. Kemudian dua hal yang perlu ditelaah. Yang pertama, kita harus mendapatkan ethic approval ya, harus ada persetujuan etik dari lembaga bahasa tertentu. Tetapi kalau di Thailand ethic approval itu bisa melalui kolega kita ya, pakar dalam hal ini di bidang yang kita teliti. Nah, kalau di like in Indonesia for ethic approval we need some letters from Research Center of Universitas Negeri Padang. So in this case, if we have ethic approval from Research Center, so the researcher could do more or further international research collaboration. Ya, jadi kalau untuk di kita ya kita perlu surat keterangan dari MP2M ya. Dan berhati-hati saat menerjemah, terkadang kita luput ya dari kosakata yang sulit dialihbahasakan. Kemudian kita harus mempertimbangkan saat proses menerjemah itu jika tidak menemukan padanan kata pada alih bahasa yang tepat, tetap cantumkan istilah tersebut dan dicetak miring ya. Nah itu tadi reply dari beliau. Okay, thank you very much for your best contribution. Dr. Kanapong Patanawong, PhD. And in this great opportunity, we would like to say thank you very much for your time, for your best support. You always be there for Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. That's really nice collaboration between us since 2013. We do hope that our future collaboration will be in the form of hand signing MOU. I do hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Lek.
Bye. So I leave now, okay? Thank you. Bye.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu atas perhatiannya dan kontribusinya pada siang menjelang sore hari ini. Tentu besok kita lanjutkan kembali dengan narasumber dari Jepang dan dari India. Saya kembalikan kepada MC cantik Miss Atika. Dan Miss Jos. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the third speaker, Associate Professor Anupurn Fulbaton, PhD from Thailand, and moderator Ibu Sari Dewi MPD. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all our program for today. Tomorrow we will begin our program for fourth and fifth speakers at 9 a.m. So I'm, as your master of ceremony, asking for apology for all inconvenience that you feel. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.